but our one true passion is all we need. We're rising up, we're here to stay. We're having fun, we found happiness in the game. This is our game, so let's go. Na 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 na. We found our purpose in the goal. Na 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 na. Focus on what we need. Teamwork will set us free. Nothing is out of reach. This moment is all we see. This is our game, so let's go. Na 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 na. We found our purpose in the goal. Na 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 na. We found our purpose in the goal.
Disfrutar el juego.
This is our game, so let's go.
Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we'll witness the world's best teams fight for their share of the $4 million prize pool across the PMGC League and final stages. The league stage will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, with an all-new format consisting of 3 parts: groups, survival, and last chance. The group stage will kick off on November 10th all the way to the 27th. And we'll split our 48 teams into 3 groups. The top 3 from each group will advance directly to the finals, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated. The survival stage will take place from November 30th to December 2nd. The remaining teams from the group stage will battle to stay out of the bottom 8 spots to advance to the last chance, held on December 3rd and 4th, where the remaining 16 survivors will compete for the last 4 spots in the finals. The PMGC Grand Finals will be held from January 6th to 8th in Jakarta, Indonesia, where the 13 league finalists will compete with 3 special invite teams for the 2022 PMGC Championship Trophy and be crowned as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world.
everyone, and welcome to the PMGC PUBG Mobile Global Championship. I'm Tash Bane, your host for today, and today is going to be very exciting as we see the first day of Group Yellow. For now, with me, I have the man himself, the person I've been interviewing all the way from PMPL, MYSGPH, PMPLC, and finally here at PMGC. Please welcome Yuhai from Geek Fam.
Hello, I'm Yuhai.
All right, Yuhai,
Yes.
because you're very tall, right?
Yep.
There we go. So we talked from all the way from PMPL, MYSGPH, PMPLC, and now PMGC. How does it feel to make it all the way here?
How does it feel to make it all here? First, I feel very excited. I've been waiting for PMGC almost for 1 year.
Wow.
Since last year, my team with my previous team didn't qualify, so I'm here to do better things with my new team, new lineup. We're starting fresh and yeah.
Oh, fresh start. New year, new you. So for now, I am curious to know, how's your team's form for today?
Team form for today.
Yes.
I think they're all ready.
Okay.
They are also ready. We've been training for almost 1 year.
Wow, okay.
1 year.
1 year together.
Yes.
It's going to be really exciting. Now you're all the way here. So how do you feel about the first day of the Group Yellow League stage?
I feel a bit, like scared a bit, nervous a bit.
Okay.
But I think my excited is more than that, and I'm here to prove that a lot of things lah. To prove myself lah, I'm here.
So you're here to prove yourself, and you're more excited than scared, which I'm very excited about. So let's talk a bit about your achievements. What are you expecting to achieve at PMGC 2022?
What I want to achieve now is grouping, right? So our target is gonna be top 3
Top
to
three.
qualify to the next stage in Jakarta, right? So yeah,
Okay, top
looking forward
3.
for that.
I'm really looking forward to it too, as a representative of Malaysia. And for now, which team are you most looking forward to compete against, and why?
Most team that looking forward to compete is, of course, BTR, my previous team.
BTR. Okay, I don't know why, but I was thinking you're gonna say FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan, why FaZe Clan?
Because everyone talks about FaZe Clan, but let's talk a bit. Why do you want to go against BTR?
Since they are my previous teammate and we are in the same stage together, so I want to beat them.
Okay, so this is a case of a rivalry. This is going to be very exciting. So the game is about to start. So what do you want to say to all of the other teams?
To all the other team, good luck and don't underestimate us. So be careful. We're going to freak you guys.
Wow, it's hot, hot, hot as we're going into the game. It's starting off very, very soon. So take your seats, buckle up. We're jumping into the first map. Bye, guys.
What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Todd Jukes, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Group Yellow. And by my side, I got two of the best boys in the business, the 7WG and Imperium. How are y'all feeling today?
I'm doing great, man. We got to see some amazing action in Group Green, and now that we are in Group Yellow, Imperium, I can't wait to see which teams are going to be surprising us.
Arguably the most unpredictable group of the PMGC stage. We have a lot of teams who are coming up against their first global championship and these teams that are around them. So I'm excited, and considering what we saw last week, I can only imagine
what's going to be coming up over the next 4 days.
Oh, a lot. I can tell you that for sure. Well, let me go ahead and remind everybody who's just tuning in for the first time, make sure you guys go into the game, grab a PMGC token, and vote for which team you think is going to take the whole enchilada here. Hopefully you can get some in-game rewards as well. Of course, I got to give a big thank you to our sponsors for this big show. Sony with their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream. They were actually created in collaboration with professional esports players. Play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Also, gotta give a big thank you to Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar, our hotel partner here for the PMGC. Our world is your playground. And last but not least, of course, I gotta give a new shout out to Prime Gaming. That's right, you guys can get some in-game rewards, premium content, and as well as claim some free PUBG Mobile items. So go check out Prime Gaming today and get some other Prime benefits while you're at it as well. And of course, last but not least, you guys gotta follow us, all right? Hit that button, subscribe to the channel, follow the Instagram, follow the TikTok, all the buttons, press them immediately. All right, now that you guys have been reminded of all that, let me go ahead and show you guys how this tournament is going to go. Now, we've already had 2 groups pass up already, 7. Now we're in Group Yellow, so why don't you go and remind everybody exactly how this is going to go down.
100%. Group Yellow is the one that you are going to be watching today. And then remember, only the top 3 teams are going to be able to move on to the grand finals. The other teams up until 11, actually, 4th to 11th. They're going to be getting a chance to go to survival stage, and then from there, 16 teams out of survival stage are going to be moving to the last chance. And then we're going to have some teams from last chance, only 4 teams moving to grand finals, Imperium.
The top 3, of course, is what we are looking for and what all of these teams are looking to achieve. Because if you get down to the survival stage, man, you have got to go through a hell of a journey to make it to the finals. When you've got the prize pool, when you've got the points on the line, $4 million, that's a decent chunk of change to grab along the way.
Yeah, decent indeed. That's a thick prize pool. $4 million on the line here. We're in the final group here, and I guess that's kind of the benefit of being in Group Yellow. You know, you get to see the teams that have already qualified, okay? We can see them right here. This is the teams that qualified from Group Red, Group Green, and just a whole bunch of question marks here for Yellow here, 7.
I'm just laughing at the Group Green, the teams that are going to be going to survival stage, because that, if that was a group on its own, that's just another group of death out of Group Green. And now these are the teams that have actually qualified for grand finals already, so I'm pretty sure, I mean, we just saw what Geek Fam was trying to say. They want to be in the top 3. Are they going to be able to try to be there in the grand finals with this team's Imperium?
Well, there's a lot of pressure on them because GeekFan are from Kuala Lumpur, the location for the finals, right? So, you know, there's a lot of pressure on the line. We've also seen
home
2
court
Turkish
advantage
teams qualify for the finals. Will Besiktas join them to make it 3 Turkish teams to make it to the grand finals?
Ooh, having that home court advantage is really, really nice. But here are the participating teams that we're going to be having here today and for the next few days. So, guys, you know, take that screenshot. I know you guys already know which teams are playing in here. So go show some love right now in the chat. Blow it up and get that hype ready for them. They need all the energy that they can get, 7.
They definitely need all that energy, Hot Jukes. And you know who actually needs that energy? I'm going to be looking at Reject, man. They're the last hope for Japan, and I'm hoping that they have an amazing performance here this week, because that is such a good region, and I feel like we just, especially last week, we just really didn't get a chance to see what Japan is capable of. Out of all the teams that we're currently having here, which one's the one that piques your interest, Imperium?
There's so many of them. IHC Esports, they're the OG Mongolian squad, formerly Zeus. They were kind of the first big surprise on the global stage when we go back to Dubai. They challenged the likes of Nova and, of course, Navi back then. I've been talking to Temka. I've been able to kind of get a bit of an insight on how the team have prepared for this stage, and I feel like they're ready.
Look at this right here. You can't be face palming this early, 7. I don't think so. What do you think?
I think he's not
just hardcore thinking.
Yeah,
It's brain overload. That's
He's
what it
thinking
is.
of all those strats. He's thinking of all those first plays that you can see on your bottom right-hand side. I mean, there is a 5th place in there, but they're not thinking that far back. They're just only worrying about the first place. And I mean, when we talk about Dig Xavier, this is a team that qualified from Vietnam via PMGC points. And then, I mean, the team that we just got a chance to talk to, we were talking about how they are that home team. Another team that actually qualified via PMGC points. Something to keep in mind. I was looking at all these PMGC teams that qualified just via the points and not actually winning their championships. And so far, of every group, only one team for each group that made it here to the group stage from PMGC points has actually made it to Grand Finals.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see if maybe Group Jello is going to be switching that up. Maybe we might end up seeing 2 teams. What do you think, Imperium?
Well, it's an interesting stat that you bring on board, and yeah, the benefit of the spring and the fall is that consistency can allow you to qualify for the PMGC. That level of kind of strong ability between spring and fall. But if you're not winning tournaments, if you get kind of a little bit lackadaisical, if you get a little bit too, look, we've got this with the pointer in the bag, it's fine, you maybe lose a little bit of that hunger to win, that hunger to strike hard in these games. And when you're up at the PMGC stage, as you've seen already through the last 2 weeks, you got to be hungry for those wins.
100%.
Absolutely, indeed. These are going to be the matches that we're playing today. It's the same strats, same plays that we've seen so far at all the other groups. Started up at Airgale, got that Sandhawk right in the middle of that Airgale sandwich. So it's going to be a great show. A lot of fun here today. I hope you guys are excited. I'm excited to see some performances from a lot of the top players that I've seen perform here before. Like, I look at Geek Bam, the name Yuhai automatically comes to mind. He's going to be hungry here in this tournament. I always like to see players that have played at this level before because they have that just experience, that feeling, that mental stability of just knowing what's coming. Their hands aren't shaking as much. They're still shaking, right? But not as much as some of the newbies.
Definitely. Like, he made his name for himself back in Team Secret. Then he was the first non-Indonesian player to sign for BTR, which was a big thing for himself and BTR back then. Now he's on loan with Geek Fam. He's going to be able to bring that experience, but have the team got the synergy to succeed. It's a team game. We can highlight the stars. We can highlight the likes of Adrian from Vivo Keed, but man, as a team, you got to be able to perform.
Yeah, speaking of teams, we talk about, some of the players, but I think it's time we talk about y'all's team to watch. So these are some squads that, of course, my amazing analysts right here picked to keep an eye on here at the start of this day. And 7, I see you got FaZe Clan on there, 4 Angry Men. Why don't you break it down for us?
The reason why I picked 4 Angry Men is because it's been a while since we have seen the PMGC. I think last time we saw them was when they ended up getting that 2nd place PMGC 2020, which is a long time. Ever since then, we really haven't seen them in a global stage. I'm intrigued to see what they're going to be bringing to the table. And then I'm going to go with Team Falcons as well, because this is a team, as I was alluding, there are some teams that have qualified through PMGC points. There are some teams that have been invited by being able to perform really well in certain tournaments. This is a team that performed really well in PMWI, but ever since then, they really haven't showcased it, which is something that Imperium, I'm so glad you were able to mention that. This team tends to get a little bit complacent for me. And then you have the 3rd place out of SEA Championship, which is FaZe Clan. A lot of people's favorite. I can't wait to see what they're going to be coming out with. And I do love, Imperium, that you have rejects on your list.
Well, yeah, we a little bit of context. We both picked FaZe, then I changed to Reject because obviously you try and have a variation of teams. And Reject, yeah, they're the most experienced Japanese side. They have what it takes in terms of experience and ability. They've just got to put it all together. I picked Game Lord as well because obviously they're my Western friends, and I've seen this team and the players rise all the way back from PMCO 2020, and they deserve to get here, but I also know on the stage they struggled against bigger teams, even in just the European Championships. So in PMGC, it's not going to be easy for them. It's the first foray into an international tournament. And yeah, then I went for IHC, and IHC are just IHC. They know what they can do.
Hey, I think all these teams got their work cut out for them for sure. I'm always interested in that first game of the day because, you know, it so much time, so much effort has came to playing here in the PMGC. This is a once-a-year tournament, everybody. Everybody works 365 days just to get to this point. So, you know, there's one thing I've always said that you cannot teach. You can teach rotations, you can teach gun skill, but you can't teach clutch. You know, once you got those cameras on you, you got to be able to clutch it up here. And I think that we're going to see some clutches here today, Seven.
I think we are going to be seeing some clutches, and I'm really intrigued to see if we're going to be seeing any hot drops. Last week when we saw the group of death, there were some interesting hot drops in day one. I believe it was through the first 3-4 matches. I want to see if that's going to be happening again today and how some of those teams are going to be able to readjust. And also, what some teams might be doing different besides just the hot drops, the playing path. We saw a lot, and I mean a lot of south playing paths in Erangel, and we saw teams being able to act completely different. I want to know how these teams are going to be adjusting, and I want to know if teams are going to be keeping track of what happened last week, because if you remember, Hot Jukes, the last game of last week, we saw a nice hot drop Nova, and I really feel like that cost Nova the first place finish. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be keeping track of that, Imperium.
110%. It is such an open door for what these teams can pull out of the bag. You can see GK Esports, they're going to be ready. I love that you mentioned the clutch factor, Jukes. It is something that can't be taught and can only be shown when you're in those moments and you need to pull it out of the bag. You make that 1v3 play and the world goes wild alongside you. But also, on the other side, you can do things to help yourself. Getting experience in terms of being on this kind of stage in the past. If you haven't been here before, on a LAN event, it's going to be so much harder for you to pull out that clutch factor. We all know that it's way easier for players to be comfortable in their own bedroom, on their own pillow, in their own surroundings. But when you're in this kind of, you know, unknown entity, yes, you have your teammates by your side, but you have all the other 15 teams around you. That's when the nerves kick in. That's when it starts to get scary and things go through your mind. When things go through your mind, you're far less focused on the game.
Imperium, I'm so glad you mentioned that. I just want to chime in a little bit on that because we saw that last week perfectly, and I'm sorry I keep bringing in last week. It was just an amazing group green. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams were definitely keeping an eye on it and seeing how some of the other teams were able to react. I mean, Godlike Sour, this is a team that struggled in the first couple of days. You were actually able to see their frustrations when we showed the players, but they were able to turn it around. And that's something that a lot of the teams here that I'm going to be looking at in Group Yellow, I'm hoping they're going to be able to do. If for some reason they do have bad 3 first games, I'm hoping it doesn't get to their head. And if it does get to their head, hopefully it gets out of there very quickly because they're going to have to adjust very, very fast, Hot Jukes.
Oh, they're going to have to adjust really fast. Yeah, I like how you talked about clutch factor, you know, and then last week, I got to say it last time, you know, Fireflux clutched it up so hard in the last game, and I'm really looking to see that coming up here really soon. But, you know, I also want to chime in on what you mentioned earlier, you know, Imperium. You know, the crazy part is, you know, some of these players, they even like to maybe be playing laying down, you know, you know, like you mentioned with that pillow, a whole different scenario. Now they have to sit in that chair with the lights on, not in a dark room, you know, playing, you know, on a new device, and they're going to have to just adapt to that and get it done here. There's no excuses, I mean, because everyone's playing on the same level playing field, and that's going to make a big difference here today. And speaking of today, it's time to get today started. Let's get match number 1 going, and let's take it on over to our casters. It's Zute and Esproxy!
Thank you, Hot Jukes. You absolutely nailed that one. And yes, this is the new week. I am joined by Esproxy. We're in week number 3, and man, from week number 1 and 2, the action has been non-stop, always full of surprises. Esproxy, welcome to the PMGC. What are some things you're looking forward to in particular?
I mean, you know, our analysts, they mentioned it earlier, just the fact that we're seeing all of these players hitting everything. They're on the same devices, they're on the same ping. There's no ping difference for once, and they're going to be hitting it at an equal footing. So now we truly get to see who's going to be rising to the top, all the work that the different regions have been putting in to come to this stage to bring that performance here. That's what I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see who's going to be that first team to step on up above the rest.
If I could give you some advice, I would say buckle up. It's going to be an absolute roller coaster of a ride. Day by day, we're going to see storylines develop. We're going to see teams rise to the top. We're going to see teams drop to the bottom and then rise back to the top. It's going to be nonstop. It's exactly what happened in Week 1 and Week 2, and I'm not expecting anything different in Week 3. And as you can see on these player cams here, man, the focus is already on. These players are already, you know, getting into tip-top form, hopefully. We have IHC there, Falcons, a lot of heavy-hitting teams. Not as scary as the group of death, but I feel like the competition is going to be just as close.
It's also that question of what's going to happen in this group. I feel like this group is going to be one of the most unpredictable groups because we're looking at it, you know, unlike the group of death, we knew who was going to be rising to the top. We knew there were a few names that were going to be surprising us, but this time, Zute, it's a whole different question mark.
Definitely, and we are heading into match number 1. Man, I feel like the break from last week to this week was so long. I just want to see more PUBG Mobile action, and we're finally here, and this is actually going to start off with a very nice even playing path. Quick question as proxy, hot drops, yes or no?
Ooh. You see, this is the thing. If we were talking about those scrims, if we were talking about, you know, some of the drop sites they were looking at there, I would say yes. There were quite a significant amount of potential hot drops. I mean, we had Besiktas, we had Furious Gaming, and 4 Angry Men going towards Pachinki. Then we also had 4 Angry Men there towards Gatka. And now all of those are those potential hot drops. Well, they're easy to reach with this flight spot.
Oh yeah, definitely. This flight, very good for all the teams, but like you mentioned, also very easy for teams to reach where they want to go and contest. But so far, seeming like everyone's going to be spread out quite evenly. 4 AM and BK very close to one another, but I think that will be a split. Yeah, it's that same split we saw yesterday in the scrims. So I think everybody is kind of familiar with the drops, of course, and there's no heavy contention right off the bat. Up in Yasnaya, though, we see 2 teams stretching that way. It can be shared quite easily, but the question is, will they decide to share it? Looks like both teams kind of hovering towards the left side of Yasnaya.
Yeah, just moving a little bit more towards that western portion, hopefully looking for an easier entry point. It makes sense, you know, if they dropped on a little bit early, that's just the flight path that they would have taken all the way down to the land. But we'll wait and see if they will be able to navigate that quite fairly. You know, maybe they don't really want to jump into an early contention just yet. Still, you know, feel out the competition, understand the stage that they're in and the teams that they're going up against. I mean, they've got a certain idea in scrims, but as we've already seen, I mean, Hot Drop's completely different from what we saw in scrims, and that could go in the same token for the gameplay.
Oh, already we got a knock. IHC and 4 AM. That's a long-range one with a sniper. Of all weapons, I do believe, with the mini 4 AM's knock. That should be an easy revive, though, right? They're across the waters from each other, but IHC already asserting dominance. This is one of the teams I want to keep an eye out for, you know, formerly known as Zeus, the brethren team of stalwarts that made it in last week. Wondering if this team will also show up and make it into the top 3 for this week.
Yeah, and I mean, we kept talking a little bit, you know, I saw on the socials, everyone freaking out about 4 Angry Men as well. These 2 teams, they are very much tied in destiny because we had IHC coming 3rd in the 2020 PMGC. We had 4 Angry Men coming through in 2nd place for the 2020 PMGC. So maybe that shot was just a little hello, you know, just greeting their former competitors and just making sure that they're going to try and assert some dominance at least a little bit early on.
He hit 2 with the iron sight?
Excuse me?
Okay, well, things it might not be a hot drop as proxy, but we already got some
but it was actually
we already got some hot shots with the iron sight, and he hit 2. Oh man,
no.
You know, I would expect that maybe by day number 2, you know, where everyone's a bit more warmed up and ready. But sheesh, I guess IHC, man, They are more than warmed up. They're already firing hot.
You know, I even would expect it in a few of the later matches. You know, after you've played a few, you know, you've gotten into your groove. Maybe you're feeling a little bit good with some achievements, you know, some points in the back pocket. But no, just straight off the bat. So like I said, it could be a point of, you know, giving a hello, a welcoming point there to 4 Angry Men. But for the time being, IHC, they still have a few visitors either towards that North Georgia Pool area or even towards Hospital. We've got VK that have moved, Beaver Keith, moving up from that position specifically. But I mean, we've mentioned 4 Angry Men, we've mentioned IHC. Are there a few other teams that you're also keeping an eye out? I know you mentioned Furious Gaming and they're very slick, you know, shirts that they've got there with the fade. But who else are you're keeping an eye out?
I'm really curious how the Rejects are going to do, because they've played in PMGC before, but I feel like overall Japan as a region has yet to shine. Right, they do actually have their own Premier League over in Japan, so they do have players that play this game day in, day out. You know, it is their full-time job. Shout outs to one of my NA brethrens that actually ended up on a Japan team, Uneven. He's currently not competing, but he is at the venue, and he's been telling me like it's been absolutely great seeing all the players, seeing all the old friends. But yeah, over in the Japan region, I feel like this might be their year to break out and shine, or they're just going to be right on the cusp of it. So definitely the Reject team. That's one team I'm looking out for. But I'm curious to know, as proxy, we have a whole slew of teams here that all have potential. What is your team that you're particularly looking out for, and why? Oh, hold up. Might actually get into some action here. Trigger driving by really close. Gets lit up slightly, but he should be okay.
Yeah, hopefully going to be taking that path. Line of sight right out into safety. Nongshim Red Force just some welcome hellos as the rotations are going to be making their way through. And I mean, all of this, it's happening within the zone. There is plenty of space within the zone still to be taken up, so they should be able to get themselves well situated. You mentioned one of the teams that I'm looking out for. I'm definitely just keeping my eye out on Falcons because of that invitation, because they are here with that added pressure coming through, you know, from that Middle East and Africa region. I got to give it up for anyone coming through from that region, because I was there, I watched them perform, and I want to see them take it further. And alongside that, I mean, it's IHC for me. We saw, you know, a little bit of that action in some scrims. We saw a little bit of that beautiful, coherent, you know, gameplay and the teamwork that they were bringing in. So I feel like they're going to be definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Taking a look at the mini-map here. The first circle is on the eastern side. You can see a lot of teams having to rotate through these hillsides. Quite easy to rotate through. I have to say, you will definitely receive some damage and some shots. But with the terrain here, with it being so wide sloping, you can maneuver downhill or uphill to avoid those shots, and it seems like that's what a lot of teams are doing. We are 7 minutes in, and a lot of teams are rotating early. The center of the map starting to get filled up. Of course, you also have those teams that play from the edge and just take their time. So two drastically different styles, but 4 a.m.
Ooh.
Fast and Furious here, and that is the Rejects, the first team to suffer a casualty. I was just saying, I was looking out for the Rejects. It's that caster curse kicking in, maybe.
We said you can't mention any team. You can't talk about them in any way.
You asked me. I blame you as proxy.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I will take equal blame for that one. But next time it's all on you, Zute. But I mean, for Rejects, yes, they are going to be slimmed down just a slight tad. They are going to lose that one member. It is unfortunate, but at least the rest of the players are still going to be able to take that move on through right past Rozok. So they should be able to get themselves situated. They're still not out of this at all. There's still an opportunity to fly that Rejects flag up high and hopefully bring it home for the first match.
Yeah, Rejects is also a team that, from what I can recall, they are not usually an edge team. They like to play more center to get a bit more comfortable. And I feel like, as far as play styles go, I feel like if you're not an edge team, you're less comfortable going down to 3. Because if you're playing more center, you need like 4 up to, you know, man every sight line, every angle to watch out for. 4 a.m. continuing the rotation after picking up the very first elimination of the game. You see that lead scout player knocked down to red HP. 1 HP already. That's just the dangers of being the lead. They're going to keep continuing as the circle shrinks one more time. A little bit to the southeast. As you can see, the eastern side completely empty for now.
And I like what some of the teams are actually doing, taking that southern coastline approach. We saw GeekFam doing exactly that. One of the teams that are currently sticking to the edge, but Falcons making me proud and at least stepping up to find one potential elimination there, at least with the knock coming through. We'll see if they will be able to get that confirmation. Looks like they will. So an opportunity at least just to, pad those eliminations in the back pocket, but they still have quite a long way to go. We can see that entire western portion of the zone so extremely stacked.
Yeah, definitely. I'm surprised 4AM is just cutting straight through the middle, but I guess they're already committed, right? Just by now, you can't loop back around, so they're going to suffer some shots right there. Rejects lose another player here, just trying to rotate through the center. I think teams are, feeling out rotation timings and what they can get away with right now. And I think both Rejects and 4AM are realizing, even if we're extremely fast, other teams are just faster if we're not already starting out, near center circle. So we might see these two teams adjust and start doing some more wrapping rotations as Rejects find a bunker spot. For now, with only 2 up, however.
With 2 up against potentially the entirety here of FaZe, who are well situated and for the time being relatively safe. GK Esports will just be hitting a few shots their way, so they've got that information to work with running down here towards the Valley points. And this is now the question, of course. I mean, those rotations coming in with all of the teams now trying to stack up into this next phase. What, like you said, those wrapping rotations, potentially like GeekFam taking a more southern approach, maybe even heading into that eastern portion. I mean, that would be a massive opportunity for any of the teams, because with the flight path, they might know with those early drops as well that there's an opportunity towards the east. It might be a bit more open. It might give us a little bit more safety into this next phase.
Taking a look at Train to Kill here, they're wrapping in from that northeast, completely safe, no other enemy teams in sight. I'm also trying to keep an eye out for another team that plays like HVVP, right? HVVP, they play on the edge, straight up. They barely, if ever, rotate more, center. They're always on the edge side, and Rejects actually having some visitors knocking on their bunker steps. Might be able to get that revive. Good defense out of the Rejects teams, as Xavier was the ones that crashed in, and they took fire from both, I think, FaZe and the Reject team. But as far as edge teams go, maybe T2K. That'll be the team that plays more from the edge side. Next circle centers right on up very nicely for a majority of the teams here.
And I mean, the interesting point there for Xavier is they sent those 2 in to scout out that the shelter position. Obviously got a little bit of a shock when they found Rejects instead of an open shelter. And then to add on to that pressure, we had the likes of Genesis, Dogma, Gids actually applying that third-party action and just helping with those eliminations. So the pressure's not really going to be letting up anytime soon for Rejects. If they go forward, they find Genesis. If they go back, they find FaZe. So we'll have to see how they get themselves out of that situation. But for the time in, they're locked down. They can't really make another rotation.
No. 4AM getting a knocked on Furious Gaming. I do believe that's a long-range knock. Oh, actually, confirmation. Yeah, okay. Scout player getting extreme close. 4AM find themselves in a nice dip just north of the other dip right here. The 2 dips that are left in the center of the circle. Both positions very strong. GeekFam here coming out on the western side. They have to move on in. Game Lord's right in front of them. Both teams looking for a spot on the edge. And that's pretty much all that is open at this point in the game, as everyone had already centered up. Previous Game Lord gets knocked. It's actually Keedstars there from distance, getting some shots into the Game Lord team.
Vivo Keed moving on in just for a little bit of long-range engagement, looking for a few eliminations here and there. What's interesting to me is the way that Game Lord actually managed to cut off GeekFam, because for the longest time, they were the ones chasing after GeekFam's position, and then I think Geek just took a little bit of a time to readjust, maybe get some looting going, and that gave the opportunity for Game Lords just to cut in front of them. But I don't know how happy they will be about the situation, because as you said, they've just run into Vivo Keed now. And now it's a question, do they actually take this engagement? Do they try and disengage and potentially give Vivo Key the angle onto them?
It's going to be tough. Game Lords, they're still looking for a way in. They have 2 in the backlines outside of zone, providing supporting fire and just sight lines. They have 1 player in the edge of circle, but they definitely can't stack on that as Geek Fam looking for their home. They'll find a position right on the very edge at the compound uphill. IHC in a very strong position in my opinion. They may be on the edge, but they do have access to that hillside right in front of them. And we're nearing the next circle shift, taking a look at the minimap. Pretty much every team is in somewhat comfortably besides Game Lord. They are still being kept out by Vivo Keed. Might end up having to be a full engagement, but Game Lord already down to 3. Might be the next team to suffer more casualties. They will start grouping up a little bit. And Vivo Keed, I expect a stronger... Yep, it looks like they are going to retaliate. I was going to say expect stronger retaliation as this late in the game. You can't just have a team on your backside. Time to go for the points, and the next circle will go out hard to the north.
Oh, that just adds to the pressure that Game Lords are going to be experiencing. I mean, not only have they basically been contained out of the zone for the longest time, now with that closure, now with that zone shift, well, they have to make a decision. This War of Attrition no longer has an opportunity to take it further, so they're going to have to take that rotation. Rejects right through Furious Gaming manages to pick, well, at least GK manages to pick one up for them, but they will lose one in the transition. So now, Rejects, time after time after time, they just keep losing players, and unfortunately, that was the team.
Yeah, the rotations, I feel like it's pressure and nerves right there out of the Rejects team. The first team to be eliminated. Their brethrens of USG Donuts already knocked out entirely. They're the last remaining Japan team. They're also the premier team, I would say, coming out of Japan. So that added pressure and the nerves, I think it really got to them on game number 1. Didn't even manage to mount up a fight, just losing players one by one on very messy rotations in my opinion. But this is the level of competition as we get another one. Genesis Dogma gets pulled up on. That'll be one player down from that. This is all out chaos. Not much hard cover left. All the hard cover already taken. So teams are forced to kind of fight for scraps and will have to take these engagements outside of zone to pick up whatever points they can.
No other option whatsoever. And again, these rotations, these crazy rotations, you keep finding each other, you know, changing up those initial drop sites with the added difference with that zone shifting all the way to the north is going to provide a few of those, you know, surprises as the teams are taking those rotations on in. Now, Vivo Keed looking towards Nongshim Red Force, but Geek Fam up here towards at least a little bit more towards that western side, holding a beautiful rotation, trying to find a little bit of damage onto Vivo Keed. Some good damage numbers, but it's not going to translate into a knock that they were looking for. Rather, it's Icy to pick one up.
Yeah, western side getting extremely crunched in here now. You see multiple teams, 4 teams lined up on the western side, all looking for a position. Vivo Keed getting naded in. A lot of defensive smokes. I don't necessarily agree with those smokes. Blocks off all sight lines and just invites grenades to rain in on them without them being able to really fire off some shots. Nongshim Red Force here, not connecting with any of the nades though. Both teams not in the circle either. Blue zone is closing in. Nongshim has advantage here with that initial knock. And with the smoke lines blocking out the Vivo Keed, I like to see Nongshim get a little bit more aggressive towards their west side. They can't just both share this southwestern edge. They have to eliminate one or the other. And time is ticking. On the northwestern side, we have IHC against Geek Fam. And you can see IHC getting a bit more aggressive on the other side. This very veteran team knows what needs to be done and will take the risks to do it. IHC goes down. Not able to get revived by any means, and IHC's aggression might have to just come to a falter here. And Vivo Keed actually taking one back, actually getting aggressive on Nongshim. Nongshim, like I said, they had an opportunity there, and if they're not going to take it, Vivo Keed will take it instead. 3 eliminations for them, and more importantly, they'll get in with all 4 and control the southwestern side.
That was massive for Vivo Keed because you were talking about those smokes that they laid down. That was some of the last pieces of utility that we've seen. I mean, other than another 2 smokes on 1 player, that's all that they had left to try and help them out of that situation. So to be able to fight their way through is going to be massive. But unfortunately, their journey doesn't stop here. They still have to get themselves into the zone. Geek Fam is still fighting it up against IHC to provide them that space to move on forward to at least alleviate some pressure from the north. That nade going to be sent through, and it has to come with the connection. It's beautiful. And now only 1 member left for IHC before they can have some peace and quiet towards the north.
Geek Fam getting a nice advantage over IHC there. IHC down to 1. I think that's pretty much it for them. He might try and go for a shack position that's open, but that requires driving through multitudes of teams with sightlines trained on anything that is moving at this point. See what Demo could do here. We were actually watching Demo the entirety of the scrims yesterday.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the camera was just on him, so now is the chance for a spotlight once again where it really matters in the actual match. Demo, he's going to wrap around to that northwestern side and then shoot on in. Good luck to him as Vivo keyed full sending into the dip right into the likes of Furious Gaming, and they get decimated instantly. I won't say that's a bad play because I've seen those full sends work out before. It does get very dicey, very hairy, but it did not work out for them whatsoever. Train to Kill on the other side, laying siege to the Besiktas Fortress. 4v4 situation happening on there, and meanwhile in the rest of the middle of the zone, GK has been sitting pretty here in the hard compound, taking shots at everyone. Very comfortable. Satan there going down, however, trying to get a little bit over aggressive. Can't blame them. They want to get some more points racked up, but does not work out.
I mean, with the absolute rush that happened there for Furious Gaming, GK Esports should know what exactly is waiting for them towards that end. So that scouting party, you do have to back that up with a bit more numbers or at least a little bit more utility. Otherwise, you could be finding yourself well in and exposed. But we'll see how GK manage that situation for the time being over here towards Train to Kill and Besiktas. As you mentioned, Besiktas currently finding themselves in a little bit of an interesting position. They still have all 4 members up. They still have that compound. They still have that hard cover. But will they be able to recover as well as Game Lords now up against Geek Fam here at Zute?
Geek Fam has been asserting dominance early on. We saw the likes of IHC go down. Now Geek Fam controlling this northwestern side will look to rain in the nades. Should be good. I expect some nade knocks there. Nope, none yet. Didn't get it through the window opening. But man, this northern side, so much action ramping up. Tem Entertainment coming in with 3 players. 1 player knocked out in the blue zone. Won't be able to get revived. They're going to have to look to take out another team to get fully into this circle. Geek Fam continuing to lay siege to that shack with multitudes of utility. 1 connecting there. That is 1 more down from Game Lords. Geek Fam looking to go for the finish as the next circle shifts down to the south. So all 3 teams on the northern side will have to finish this up. 1 player left for Game Lord. He's shimming back and forth. Try and dodge Molly, dodge the nades. It's good so far, but now he's got to dodge the bullets as well. Back into the shack, and man, this last player of Game Lords looking like Neo out here, dodging everything, but there we go. The final nade connects, but Tem Entertainment now looking towards the likes of Geek Fam.
Moving on in from that northern side, trying to scout out what's happening here. There's already lost 1 member, but at least up against Geek Fam, they will be finding themselves on equal footing. But it's about that information over to this ridgeline. They don't yet have line of sight. Bevy moving up to try and find that information that's going to be crucial for the team. Because as we know, they still need to find their position in zone. They still need to get themselves in a safe position for this next phase. And right now, it's about that information. It's about that rotation. They can't make that rotation until they get rid of Geek Fam.
Back onto phase here. Laying siege to the GK team. 1v3s. Oh, self-nade. He cooked out a second too long, and the jump shot through the crack in the opening. GK, they thought they could leave 2 members there to deal with the last member of phase, but this man has been proving more trouble than expected. Now it's a 2v1. He finishes through the revive. His revive goes down instantly, and that is Ragnar with the clutch 1v2, and he gets full reset onto his team. Back up to 3. The Besiktas siege with Train to Kill still ensuing here. Train to Kill, 1 player knocked. It does look like Besiktas has lost 2 players, however. So Train to Kill in a much better position. Back to the northwest. Geek Fam trying to conquer this side of the circle. They will find this shack position open. Down to 1 player. Geek Fam up to 6 eliminations. So proving quite well for their casualties. Getting the points in at the very least. 4 AM has been blessed with the circle here in this dip. So it looks like losing 1 member early for those rotations straight down the middle way early on. Paying off really well for them here.
It's one of the few teams that has actually been zone blessed here towards the later phases. The rest have all had to awkwardly try and move closer and closer. One of those teams being Besiktas, who we can see now, unfortunately, experiencing some repercussions for their rotations here. One will be going down to only one member for Besiktas. And we remind you, they still have to get past Train to Kill. Over on the western side, we've got Geek Fam slowly moving up right alongside Furious Gaming, but towards the northern side, they've got 4 AM. So Geek Fam, Zute, they find themselves in a sandwich.
I think they'll be fine for this circle, particularly on that flat side. No teams can really peek out at them because so much crossfire happening everywhere. Train to Kill, down to 1 now. Their fight with Besiktas looks so good. It was a 4v2, and now all of a sudden, this is the entire... This guy, Enjoy, has 4 eliminations. I think that is the first 1v4. I don't know how he managed to do that all by himself. Maybe getting ahead of them, using that UAS with some nasty, quick, tight peeks. Cut down the entirety of Train to Kill. And that's Train to Kill out. Clutch, indeed, for Besiktas. Geek Fam here on the flat. Like I said, they're good for now. Up to 9 eliminations, but Circle shifts off of them. They'll have to once again head into the fray. And now there's a 3-man team of 4 AM, another 3-man team of Furious Gaming, and GK sitting very comfortable with 3 at the hardcover with pure sightlines onto everyone.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the better positions. I mean, they've got cover virtually everywhere. It only might be this looming threat of Enjoy off of the bat of that crazy 1v4 that can make something happen and can really be a thorn in the side of GK Esports. But for the time being, over here towards 4 Angry Men, they keep their focus. Geek Fam rather, is lurking in abouts. And we also have a wonderful, wonderful team here of Furious Gaming who are just waiting for their time to get involved. Again, it's coming down to that numbers game. They don't really want to get involved with a team that has the upper hand, that has more players. But Geek Fam, they're scrambling. They need to get into zone.
They need to make a play happen, and they try it. And wow, great cover fire. And Snipes actually manages to stay alive. Furious Gaming getting picked apart. Geek Fam with an insane entry right there. Great job out of Mika there, providing the support line fires, getting the knock instantly, and Snipes just managing through the skin of his teeth, surviving, not getting knocked. He will be able to get a heal off as well. And now it looks like Furious Gaming, which looked comfortable enough, is getting sieged on by Geek Fam. And through all this chaos, we have another fight coming. Besiktas finally does go down, so that thorn in the side taken care of. Geek Fam, 10 eliminations, about to make that 11. All he's got to do is pop in and fire off some shots, and there we go. We're down to the last 3 teams. Geek Fam, definitely the team that has impressed me the most so far for this match.
I mean, we have to remind ourselves that they're running as a duo right now with 11 eliminations. They keep finding teams, and it looks like they have no idea. They have no threat of backing out just yet. Over to those 3v3s that we were talking about. It's GK Esports and 4 Angry Men that have the better numbers, but will Geek Fam be able to climb that mountain high to take on that challenge and to end up as one of the last teams standing right now in quite a bit of a position, as both of those 3-man teams are applying pressure to their situation and their current position. And once again, GK Esports, they find themselves absolutely zone blessed.
Man. Give the circle over to Geek Fam, man. They worked for it. Coming in from the northwestern side, dealt with IHC, dealt with multitude of teams on the north, cleaned out the last player at the shack to take the flat, and then had to press in, downhill, being shot at by every team that was up, and then taking out Furious Gaming, and they still don't get the favor of the Circle Gods? I don't know. But then again, they've lost Circle every time, and all they've been doing is just been picking up eliminations. So maybe this will work out for the better of them. This is going to be the most difficult one yet, though. Meanwhile, 4 AM on the northern side. They'll lose the cover of the dip, so yeah, they have to leave the dip side. It looks like they'll lay down some smokes and use their vehicles as a last-ditch attempt at some hard cover. Ideally, I think 4 AM chokes out the Geek Fam team. And then with the last 3, goes in for the last fight with the side of GK. Actually, they're not going to wait to choke out the team of Geek Fam. They're going to go ahead and slam right in already. 4 AM now turning on the aggression. This gives an opening for Geek Fam to maybe get into this zone as well.
This is the best possible opportunity here for Geek Fam. As 4 a.m. they take on their only other competitors with the 3 men still up. It is GK Esports. Gaith right now trying to hold them off with a few nades, a few mollies being sent on out just to make this approach for them as difficult as possible. Has at least ticked down those HP bars to half, but it's going to be Ragnar and Hope that have to apply that backup, that have to give that backup and that covering fire. Otherwise, Gaith might be finding themselves in a difficult position. Ragnar now moving on up as Gaith goes down to a nade. So 4 Angry Men, they might take this as the trigger to move on up.
Yeah, that's another really good nade right there. Knocking that player down to have to get the confirmation too. That should be an easy revive for the 4 a.m. team, as now GK on the back foot will probably play a bit more passive. There is still a team of Geek Fam out here for both teams to deal with, and Hope gets one of Geek Fam. 4 a.m. picks up the other. We're down to the last 2 team. It's a 2v2 situation. Savan here, such a veteran player. We have seen this player all year long. They get the revive 3v2. GK on the back foot here. Ching Chen pushing up close, establishing pressure. All the meanwhile, 4am getting ever so closer. Do they know Ragnar is in that shack though? They're throwing util at the building. If they had an idea of clearing out the shack, I feel like at least one util would have gone their way. So they got to be careful. And just as I say that, they do check the shack with the grenade. 3v1 situation. Hope, he is the last hope now for the GK team. 1v3, UMP out on the side, gets one, can get the second one, but the trade is good. And that is 4 a.m. coming back from a very quiet year last year. This team looking so strong. And then last year, they pretty much fizzled out and disappeared. But they are back again this year, and they are back with vengeance, taking the very first chicken dinner of the week for Group Yellow.
You might even say that 4 Angry Men are back from the grave and they're ready to take that potential spot in the grand finals already, making statements here on the first map and bringing in a beautiful performance. I mean, towards that final path, I was worried. You know, we mentioned it. The best possible opportunity for them would have been to find Geek Fam first, then worry about GK Esports. And even in that initial entry to GK Esports, it looked difficult. I mean, there were mollies, there were nades, every which way you looked. 4 Angry Men, they didn't have an opportunity to just take a breath, yet they made it happen. And it came down to that clinical precision, that execution towards those final phases, just slowing things down and ticking off the boxes, making sure they're doing everything right.
Take a look at that Geek Fam stats, the util use. That just shows how much they had to fight through. But ultimately, Geek Fam with the eliminations, it came down to 4 a.m. getting the massive chicken dinner, and we are setting the stage for a great week number 3.
And it's the 4 angriest of the men that pull out the first chicken dinner here in Group Yellow. What's going on, everybody? This is how you get a tournament started right here. You know that 4 a.m. have to be super hyped after that one. Hey, but Geek Fam and GK also putting up some big points at the start of the day here, 7.
An amazing performance there at the 4 Angry Men. 11 eliminations, and Sute, Xperia were able to mention it perfectly too. After a long time, after a long hiatus of not being in the global stage, for them to do that, that's sending a message. GK though, that was impressive up until the end. Imperium, I felt like they should have done at least a split. They shouldn't have stayed in the house for that long, and they should have actually kept hope there because it worked out perfect for them, but it was a little bit too late.
It was just a little bit too late indeed. Looking at the head-to-head though, Kunshan and Mika of Geek Fam, what a performance from himself. 4 eliminations, 755 damage. He was absolutely on point. They lost 2 players at the mid portion of the game, but they acted so strongly with just 2 players left. Of course, 4 angry men. They won the game. Clinch and welcome back 33 Swap.
Ooh. I'm really excited to see somebody from Furious Gaming right there. Trigger with the 5 eliminations and only 288 damage.
Yeah.
That is so impressive because you know he was looking to steal those eliminations, which is always comes in clutch for his teams. And also their precision. How they were able to just hold up people from their position. At one point, we actually thought they were going to be able to maybe come up with the win. We saw Vivo Key try to crash on them.
Dude,
I don't know why people keep trying to crash on that spot right there in Erangel. It always backfires. Furious Gaming actually came out super aggressive. I love how many eliminations it got, and I think Trigger was a big part of that, Imperium.
Yeah, I was I was kind of a little bit worried about Furious coming into the PMGC, because when we look back at the PMPL Americas, they kind of only finished in 9th place. They didn't really look like a solid team that could consistently perform. Maybe that's because I knew they already had their ticket, but yeah, I was worried about them, but very happy with how they performed in this game 1.
That's how you get it done right there. Match number 2 is coming up. The first Miramar of the day. 7. This is the first one we're going to see here in this group. You know, what are your expectations? What do you kind of see coming here for the first Miramar?
My eyes are going to be absolutely glued to Picado. I want to see if anybody is going to try to hot drop. We didn't see any hot drops there on Erangel, but we did see some teams willing to take some shots. I mean, we gotta give a massive shout out to IHC Icy? I mean, the nasty shots with the Ironside Car 98 that he took on 4 Angry Men just to make him back off. I want to see that here in Miramar as well. Obviously, it's a little bit harder because of so many mountains here and there, but if 2 teams do end up landing close to each other, I love Imperium. I love when teams just send that little message saying, hey, don't come this way. We're here.
110%. It is about sending a message. Even though 4 Angry Men ended up kind of the biggest victors of the 2 teams off the back of that initial foray from IC, yeah, it is still positive to see. And IHC are a team that can and have and will perform on Miramar. They know how to move around the terrain and really hold on to the high ground. Like when we were looking at the scrims yesterday, Demo as a player was moving around so smoothly. It wasn't Miramar, it was Wrangle, but he's moving around so smoothly. That does give me a lot of confidence for IHC coming into this game too.
Oh, game 2 coming up here. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at y'all's teams to watch here for this match. So, 7, you know, I'm going to go ahead and look down right here. I see Furious Gaming still up on the list. And I see you got Geek Fam over there, Imperium. Why don't we start with you?
Geek Fam, look, it's a Mika show, and they have U-High. Geek performed really well in game 1, and I know they can, as a full squad, put it together for game 2. So I have a lot of faith in what they're going to be able to bring momentum-wise into the second game.
Okay. You know what? With me, NS Red Force. You guys were a little bit too passive. We saw you holding a very neutral compound, and you guys stayed there for way too long. And something that Imperium and myself were talking about when we were watching the game, I would have loved to see a 2-2 split. I would have loved to see some kind of split, just trying to secure some spot after that compound. I mean, at one point, I think it was after Circle 2, 100% of the teams were on the west side of the circle. That would have been a perfect time to just, you know what, at least send one person to scout out, see what might be on the horizon, see if you can have other options so you don't end up rotating too late like you ended up doing, and it ends up backfiring. And another one is going to be Reject. I mean, Reject, the champions out of the Japan League. That was not the best performance there. They ended up being eliminated first and 0 eliminations. I'm hoping they can turn it around here in the upcoming Miramar.
Yeah,
me too. I mean, these first... Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it's tough for Reject because they were the first team to lose a player, and that can affect your just the flow of the game 1, and it can get into your head. So they should just scrub it off and get into game 2.
But Imperium, it's PMGC. Yeah. Sorry, Jukes, it's PMGC, man. It
doesn't matter
if you lose one player. You got to be able to adjust. That's what champions are made of. You have to be able to adjust.
Love that you mentioned that.
Let's see who's going to be able to adjust in this next match here. The first Miramar of the day. Let's take it out over to our casters, Zute and Esproxy.
Speaking about adjustments, I gotta agree. I feel like we were talking about it too as Proxy. We were feeling like a lot of teams needed to make adjustments. That beginning of that first match, we saw maybe up to 6-7 players just go down just due to rotations alone. Now, if this was like PMPL, PMCO, less experienced teams, I'll give them a pass. But this is the PMGC stage. We should not be seeing that many players go out on rotations.
Yeah, it's questionable. That's for sure. I mean, the fact is we normally would say, like in a PMCO and a PMPL, like you said, all right, it's first map, getting the jitters out of the way, getting the nerves out of the way, but we're still seeing that here on the PMGC stage. But all right, even if we take that into account, you've had that first map, you've had that map to kind of shake it off, get the boots running, get the blood pumping, and now you need to bring the performances that we know you're capable of in the second map, and it's on Murmur. So I feel like if there was ever an opportunity to tell the team, slow it down, this is PMGC, we need to bring our performance, it's going to be this map.
Miramar, trickier for rotations though, like even more difficult than Erangel. Erangel, the easiest map to rotate on, and let's be honest, that first circle, it wasn't a difficult circle. Teams should know what's, rotation pathings, at the very least, which rotations path are more safer than others. So I think we might see a big, gap already start to form on day number 1 in the sense of teams that are coming in here with preparation, like mentally, teams that aren't nervous, team that, sticks to their plan and knows what they're doing. There's going to be a big contrast by the end of the day against teams that are feeling things out, teams that are a little bit nervous, teams that don't have the confidence. That's what I'm imagining. There's going to be a big gap between the top and the bottom as we head into the second match. Miramar coming right out here, and it's looking like this playing path not very nice for many of the teams. Might see some hot drops due to this playing path now.
Oh, yes. I mean, that entire northern portion of Miramar basically a little bit out of the bounds for now for the teams potentially making those earlier drops, trying to get the vehicles in and trying to get themselves well situated in the positions, they might be a little bit more comfortable with. I mean, we can think of a handful of teams that, do love that northern side, like Falcons over there towards Hacienda del Patron, maybe even Game Lords there towards San Martin. And now it's a bit out of reach, Zute, just a tad.
What is in reach is El Al-Sahar for both IHC and Besiktas. IHC not doing well at all in game number 1. The only excuse I'll give to them, though, is they lost to Geek Fam, and we saw Geek Fam. I mean, that team was just running hot, running solid. They were crushing everybody. But IHC, they get another chance here, taking a 4v4 now off the hot drop against Besiktas. Besiktas, they lost a 1v4 that last game. We caught it in the highlights at the end. Is that going to shake their confidence just a little bit here?
Actually, they won the 1v4 in that
Oh,
last
sorry,
game.
they won the 1v4.
From Besiktas up against Train to Kill that just pulled out a 1v4 from who knows where. So now, I mean, confidence has to be reigning high, and that is going to be selling a little bit of danger here for IHC already with some initial damage. And you can see the rest of Besiktas, they are swarming in. They're trying to close up the rotational pass that IHC actually have available. And Gaith is somehow Neo as well.
Yeah,
just dodge the vehicles.
That rock is your friend, but tell you what, the 3 other players that are picking up weapons right in every cross compound.
Oh,
this is Gaith is as good as done here.
Oh, backup is coming on through.
The most he could do is like waste a little bit of time, but that's one elimination. Another one, Falcon losing one player here as well. Like I said, all due to that plane path. Not everyone can make it to where they're usually comfortable with, and we're already seeing... Oh, Falcon actually lost 2 members already. Oh, man, horrible start for the Falcon team. Down to 2 on Miramar this early on. And I think Game Lord looking like... Nope, okay, I thought they might have seen an isolated player and just gone for early points. Back to the hot drop in the northeast. It does look like it has evened out just a little bit. I would say Besiktas have somewhat of a surround, but it goes both ways as Enjoy himself is surrounded. And here's that replay. Falcon losing one there, and then probably losing a second player.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the eliminations, it looks like it was pretty spread out. I mean, we had, Game Lords taking one. We had Genesis Dogma also taking another. So it looks like for the time being, eliminations are just being spread out amongst at least 3 of the teams for the time being. And just a little bit of scouting out here from the rest of the teams, trying to give themselves space in the vicinity. But absolutely, this is all to do with that flight path. That zone is at the very least, going to be matching that flight path, giving the team some availability. Never alone. Whoa! Whoa! Yes, we love that. Is going to be taking 2 here from this is Game Lords. Oh my goodness, this is revenge straight off the bat.
Never alone. He's alone for now, but that might be enough as he gets the 2 knocks. Gets the 1 confirmation, almost gets the second one, but Rob's there to save Victor. They'll get that revive, and now Falcon is really just looking very, very rough. Down to 1 already. At least they picked up the 1 elimination. Never alone almost might have picked up 3. But maybe another time as we're back to Besiktas here. Quite a big stalemate. We have not seen any movement from anybody at all. IHC has been holding their exact same positions as we last saw them, which I can't blame because they're kind of surrounded. Besiktas playing it very slow, trying to figure out where everyone is. I do understand why they're playing so slow though, because IHC being so spread out with so many different compounds, you got to be careful crossing into the sightlines, and there's a lot of sightlines to be cleared.
At the very least, I would say IHC has at least that backup. I mean, they're running that 2-2 split, so should any side of their team be taking that engagement, they have backup, right? It's not like the rest of the Besiktas team who are all solos in separate buildings on their own. So if they take an engagement, there's no opportunity, there's no potential for backup. So it will be interesting, the 2 different approaches from these 2 separate teams as they are just going to be holding their forts and seeing how they're going to transition into that rotation, how they're going to transition themselves into that zone. But still plenty of rotations, as we mentioned. That zone, at least matching the flight path into that southeastern portion, means a lot of the teams that took those hot drops, that took those chances, they're going to be rewarded for that with less rotations.
We do see only maybe 4 or 5 teams able to rotate in here. Many other teams' rotations heavily slowed down due to, we have the hot drop in the north, multiple teams getting caught on one another early on. At least it gives them some elimination points for the favorable team. But the rotations are going to be slowed down elsewhere. And this southeastern zone, pretty easy to rotate into as long as, roads go. A lot of different roads, different avenues in for quick rotations. But the terrain is a little bit more difficult. Center of the zone, all you have is that one long stretch of flat territory. So we won't see too many teams being able to take up positions near center just because there's not that much areas to play in. IHC here and Besiktas still in a very, very slow, prolonged engagement. I'd like to see at least one of these teams group up a little bit and get more aggressive, because they're essentially wasting time in a sense. They still need to loot, they still need to rotate, and they need to get a move on. And I think we do see IHC deciding to make the first move after they are starting to group up together, and they have a very, very faint good idea that there is a player there as they're all looking that way to isolate Enjoy.
Red Force over here taking a look down towards Nongshim Red Force. Rejects to Red Force. Wait, this is going to catch me. But now the question is, what do they do in this scenario? There's been a few opportunities, but in the meantime, we'll talk about IHC finally making that move over here towards Besiktas, and what a player to take off the plate other than Enjoy. An absolute threat that's looming in this vicinity, so that if they can at least give themselves this space, at least this one elimination, they give themselves an opportunity potentially onto the rest of Besiktas, but the Molly will delay that push just for a tad.
Rejects, meanwhile, this time getting a much better rotation and will be rewarded with 1 point. as Enjoy will go down. They isolate one, and I feel like Besiktas, they're just not really helping that one player out. We saw how long the players of IHC took to isolate him, and they were jumping around the outside of his compound for a while, and no supporting sightlines whatsoever from any of the Besiktas players. That's a huge question mark. Oh.
Oh.
Ooh.
No. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
That is a zone. Well, only half of the zone basically that these teams have available to them. And yeah, I mean, talk about an Eastern rotation. All these teams have been doing in Miramar is just rotating to catch up with that zone.
There's I know Imperium. If Imperium can hear me, he is very happy. Imperium's got a sick mind for that, tiny island ending on Miramar. I remember the last time I casted with him, we had a circle, like nothing like this, but even then Imperium was like, Zute, it's gonna happen.
Ooh.
It's gonna happen. Well, if it's ever gonna happen, it could happen in this zone. 50% of the zone and water. That small landmass of those two islands on the eastern side, well, it's almost like 30% of the landmass that is left in zone. So there's a chance it could go down there. We'll see if any teams are going to be ready for that. I'm hoping, for the sake of the teams competing, it's only game number 2. Don't shift out into the islands. Give them something to work with here.
I don't know. The fact is that Geek Fam didn't get that zone blessing in the first wrangle, and they literally went to the tippity top of the rankings. They literally went the full mile to try and get some favor there from the Circle Zone Guards, but it didn't happen. So maybe they're feeling a little bit malevolent. Maybe they're going to be bringing in some absolute chaos and making Imperium's day. But over here towards Geek Fam, as we mentioned them already, taking a couple of shots over towards IHC, who, again, they've had such a tough time. You mentioned that they took that time with Besiktas. I mean, Godless for the longest time didn't even have meds. And now, because of that delay, they're catching themselves on the far end of zone, on the outskirts, right behind a team like Geek Fam. Not where you want to be.
I feel like they should have just kept rotating. They allow Geek Fam to get in front of them. And now, with Geek Fam getting into the circle before, they might look to trap the IHC players. This might be a rematch once again between Geek Fam and IHC. And last time, Geek Fam definitely got the better out of IHC. And in similar fashion, it was Geek Fam more in the circle compared to IHC. So IHC were forced to press in to the likes of Geek Fam. And once again, see a similar story playing out. Besiktas taking a different pathing will avoid the Geek Fam and IHC team. And yeah, IHC, one player going down. Alex might also go down here. IHC, a lot of high expectations for this team, especially since their Mongolian brethren out of Godlike Stalwarts, finished in first place on the second week of the Group of Death. So IHC, man, they got a lot of pressure on them. And the next circle does shift. It does keep that one island in zone. So might still happen as 4AM find themselves in the very center of the circle. And a lot of teams with a lot of players still alive, but this zone is looking awfully small.
But at the very least, it's giving some opportunity here towards IHC. So they're a little bit closer to the zone, but they still have to try and grab it. And Geek Fam have not let up on the pressure just yet. That rotation that IHC is going to make now is going to hit them straight into the pathing here of Besiktas potentially if they take it further. So it is a long fight for IHC if they want to get themselves back into contention with the zone. And it looks like Geek Fam might even be going for just a little bit of a hunt. They're keeping a line of sight onto IHC, trying to apply that pressure. Maybe they might be rewarded here with a knock or an elimination even. But for the very least, they are locking down this northern portion of the zone to their own.
Geek Fam doing a very nice job pressuring out the entirety of a 4-man team. Pretty much sending IHC into Besiktas. And now Geek Fam don't have to worry about anyone on their backside. And I would say they have a nicer, avenue of approach on their northeastern side to work into the rest of the zone. Whereas IHC is kind of stuck with those, mountaintops, not very easily traversable. Meanwhile, on the rest of the circle, you see a lot of teams just slowly working their way in. A lot of dips and ridges for multitudes of teams to make it in here without going into full-out engagement. We might see teams lose a player here and there, but it looks like there's a chance we might be keeping upwards of 50 players alive coming into the fourth circle, which isn't unheard of, but with the zone being this small, it is rather, going to be chaotic towards the late game.
Yeah, it's a bit packed. It's feeling a little tight here for the teams. Already we can see a 3-team engagement here between Viva Keed. We've got Genesis, Dogma, Gids, and of course the Rejects, who all of us are holding high hopes for as the team coming through from Japan. They want to make a statement, and potentially this is the way that they do it. Genesis now applying that pressure over to Viva Keed is going to find at least one towards Adrian. That nade's going to be sent on out, so I don't think the confirmation is far off. However, here for Genesis now, if they move on forward, they're unfortunately going to be exposing themselves here to Rejects as well. Rejects, they do have an opportunity to move on up and maybe get a line of sight here to Genesis Dogma. So this is going to be a very interesting manner in which they have to actually approach and manage the situation.
Yeah, the Rejects team could just bide their time, maybe go for a third party once a fight is fully engaged. But with the next circle shifting, I think they're just planning to prioritize the next zone shift. And here we go, Eastern Shift. Nope. We are going to end on the main island. Most likely, Rejects do find themselves in a good position to just keep holding. They don't even have third party because the fight will have to come to them eventually. Vivo Key now have to push into Genesis Dogma Gets. We see Nongsham Red on the south side pushing up into the likes of Tem Entertainment. Tem Entertainment a little bit trapped in on those ridges, those nades raining on in. And this area of the map so tricky to navigate and fight because not a lot of teams, have too much experience down here. This zone is a very, unfamiliar zone for many of these teams. Maybe they've only played a handful of matches down here. So a lot of sight lines and potential, entryways not all familiar with anyone.
I mean, if you want to talk about this side, the team that strikes me as someone who's the most comfortable with this coastline would be the likes of Four Angry Men, because this tends to be one of their drop sites. Impala tends to be one of their drop sites. Then over towards, Puerto Paraiso, it's normally Furious Gaming and Genesis Dogma Kids that would find themselves here, at least from time to time in the scrims. We've seen them drop towards that location. So potentially those might be the teams taking that advantage into this next zone, because it is, as you've mentioned, such an odd zone to find these teams in, and now they need to navigate this terrain, and they have to. Otherwise, they might be losing up that opportunity to take a lead. But Geek Fam, just talk about consistency. Once again, finding IHC.
Yeah, I was questioning on the very first game, which team is going to be that edge team that starts dominating and picks up all the elimination points like we saw with HVVP last week, and it looks like Geek Fam is going to be that team that plays from the edge and just bulldozes everyone. Up to 2 eliminations. Geek Fam still with 4 alive, and with a decent entryway into the rest of the zone. Have high hopes for them this match to see them into the late game once again. Furious Gaming on the southern side. Yeah, I was talking about the sightlines, right? Look at this sightline down there. Through the crack of the window, that means everyone on that ridgeline needs to be careful when they get engaged in a fight. And on the north side, Geek Fam coming in here on the edge, onto the back of Besiktas. Besiktas already down to 2 as they lost 1 player extremely early. Yuhai looking to get picked up here. That's a really good Molotov. Snipes getting it in that shack. That's another player knocked. Besiktas did get the revive back up to 2. Now back down to 1. It is all riding on the shoulders of Peace here to pull out a potential 1v4. Not looking very likely, though.
Not at all. Even if Peace manages to take on the 3 here, as soon as they go outside, they will be spotted out by that flanking position here of Damn Rude. So Geek Fam have this locked down. Peace just going to be taking the jump off the cliff, quite literally, but they will not escape. Snipes will find that final hit, and Milos, with the fantastic line of sight that they had, somehow, some way, still gets knocked down. So Furious Gaming, they now need to recover their numbers. They need to reset.
That revive is coming through. A lot of teams starting to get cut down now as the circle will continue to shift once again. That southwestern side, just so many ridges and pockets for teams to just stay alive in. The circle doesn't change too much. It does force everyone on the north to move in. You see the Rejects team right there getting very, very close to a central position now. And Ching Chen forced to fall back. I don't know if the Rejects know he's here. 4 a.m. Continuing to hold some of the split. Yeah, Ching Chen is going to try and make it out in time, but a little bit too slow. 4 a.m. coming in very strong, taking over the center of the circle on the high ground, but that does kind of put them in potential sightlines to be surrounded by other teams. However, this position does have a lot of ridges to work with, so if they can weather this storm, all the other teams circling them will probably end up fighting one another, and Rejects could just sit comfortably.
Rejects managing to pick up eliminations as well, so already a much healthier showing than what we saw on Erangel. Hopefully those nerves are out of the window, and that will be the hope here for Vivo Keed as well, going up against Game Lords, who have been going from fight to fight. Now another engagement, but they turn it around with that nade onto Grelin, so now there's an opportunity for them to turn this around.
Great utility out of Game Lord. Now it's a 2v1 situation. They don't have the zone. They should look for the last player if they have a good idea that it is only a solo player. See Victor running back and forth, looking to get the confirmation. Cielo here. He's got the M4, level 1 vest only. Another nade about to rain in. Should have spotted, yep, I think he did have a good idea of where Cielo is with that vehicle, pretty much giving a dead giveaway. But it looks like the duo is going to try and prioritize the rotation instead. No, Victor's still going to look for the player, but they're scared to commit hard over the ridgeline in case more other teams take shots back. Well, the shots being returned, now they know for sure where Cielo is. They should isolate this 2v1. They get the side angle. Narvello does get the finish right there, and that is Vivo Keed eliminated out in 13th place.
I love that from Game Lords, just making sure that they have a different line of sight, that they can take that crossfire and just take that final engagement as safely as possible. But since they are running on lower numbers, hopefully they will be able to move on forward into that zone. I don't think they're going to have a trouble getting into zone, but of course our focus is here towards the southern portion of that zone. Absolutely stacked with Furious Gaming, with GK Esports, Tem Entertainment just up a little bit more north. The Xavier, of course, in the mix alongside Genesis Dogma Gids. So plenty of opportunities for teams to get involved with one another, and of course those third-party opportunities looming around it as well. So Genesis now solely focusing on the Xavier, but the Xavier focusing towards Tem Entertainment. So this is going to be an interesting opportunity to see how they're going to manage this.
Every team just wants to put one step forward, get 1 foot more close to the center zone. For Genesis, that would be the Xavier, and for the Xavier, that would be Tem Entertainment. Furious Gaming, meanwhile, though, on the southern side on the low ground, have been sitting very comfortably, just taking those high angle peak shots onto the multitude of teams on the ridgeline. It is going to lead to another circle shift, and it's just, man, this is an absolute slow grind of a match. Teams just getting slowly crunched into each other with constant fighting. Rejects now feeling the crunch, the pressure of FaZe. Like I said earlier, Rejects do put themselves in a nice center position to get the next zone, but they kind of put themselves just in a little pocket area to get slowly pressed in on. And you can see there, as they try and get the revive, how close they have to be clumped onto one another. Geek Fam, however, on that northern side, working in as a 4-man team. We saw what they could do with 2 towards the late game. Now that they got 4, oh man, it's looking quite scary for everyone else.
I'm saying maybe the winning condition for Geek Fam is just the fact that they never get the zone, because it seems to be the opportunity that they thrive the best in already, applying some pressure over towards Train to Kill, but slowly and methodically trying to get that information, holding on to whatever opportunities they have, because as they know, there are so many teams stacked into such a tiny area, into such a cramped area. You can already see the turnaround there for Angry Men on the back line. IHC still mixed in, still alive, still somehow managing to stay in this one, but for how much longer is the question.
Oh yeah, we got a swimmer. IHC Icy swimming out in the water. Explains why his HP is still red this whole time. Game Lord gets a nice lock on a Train to Kill from the high ground. Taking shots now at Geek Fam. He's got to be a little bit careful. Yeah, it decides to back up after letting off that many rounds because you have a whole entire team, a Geek Fam, ready to fire back. That knock actually going to be stolen. Geek Fam, 7 eliminations already and still with 4 players alive and in a very controlling position, I might add, to pick up a couple more. Yeah, T2K just getting absolutely sandwiched by Game Lord and Geek Fam. Game Lord on the high ground position, but with only 2, not much that they could do.
They also might not just get involved in this engagement, because as soon as they do, well, then Geek Fam, they have that opportunity. They have that line of sight onto Game Lord. So for the time being, Yuhai will be sent on in to get the confirmation, but will actually turn around, potentially spotting out Game Lord there. So some information is available, and they don't want to make that commitment. This northern side is looking absolutely stacked. IC from IHC in the meanwhile has made it to land, so they're done with their swimming shenanigans. But all of the teams here towards the northern side still pressing in, still trying to give themselves space.
Look at how Geek Fam is moving right now. They look like sharks in a water. From Victor's POV, you can just see them cresting the ridge up and down, slowly, methodically getting more and more territory control, clearing out the sides. They're about to clear out Train to Kill here. That Molly, though, not fully finishing this player out. No, but they know. They smell blood, and they will go for it. Up to 9 eliminations now, still with 4 members alive. And if they lose the circle, more power to them, like you said.
It's the winning condition, baby. Geek Fam just moving on into every single zone. And again, it's not working with them. It's centering on up, allowing the likes of Rejects still that opportunity in center zone. But as you've mentioned before, all that might be doing is putting a target on their back, as the rest of the teams now need to move in. And time is running out. Game Lord's now going down with Victor. Down only to 1, who's trying to scramble on out of the situation. Leaving Victor alone will mean that Mika has the perfect line of sight onto their backsides.
You know a team is scary when the last member up of the enemy team will decide to leave the ditch and run on the flat grounds wide in the open. That's how scared they are of this Geek Fam team. Geek Fam, they get edge control now on the north. 10 eliminations. It's going to come down to FaZe versus Geek Fam. And luckily for FaZe, they have 4 up. Geek Fam actually down to 3. Taking a look at it, they did lose 1 member. On the southern side, we got Furious Gaming now. Finally forced to show their hand with 4 players. They will now take the high ground and take the fight to everyone else that they've been shooting at pretty much through the entirety of the game. Tem Entertainment down to 2, caught in a tough spot, and they also have to worry about another team down on the southern side. Now Tem Entertainment down to 2, GD Gigs on the north side, raining in pressure onto Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming does have 1 player knock. Blue Zone crunching in. They might lose the entire team. It's just all down to Milos. Look at that, all 3 players trying to crawl in. GD Gids here, now crunching in for the finish.
You cannot mess with Genesis. They will lose 1 on the way, with Rejects actually stepping up. This is a fantastic form coming through for Rejects. They've completely shaked off what happened in that first map. GD will find that final hit onto Furious Gaming, but immediately gets retaliated on. Icy still in the midst, just on the edge. Geek Fam, in the meantime, they've lost 1. Now they might be in danger of losing a second, as FaZe might be the first team to put up an assault against Geek Fam, as they've just been taking names after names after names. Will this be the final stop for Geek Fam, or will they still manage to be those survivors to move on into that next phase?
FaZe looking good for now, but they can't get the finish. All of Geek Fam stuck in a dip, but with flat ground for FaZe, they don't want to make the push either, even when they got a knock earlier. So it is pretty much stalemated. Position advantage for Geek, but manpower for FaZe. However, this next zone is gonna force the Geek Fam onto the opening themselves, and this could be the demise for Geek Fam. 4 players of FaZe. All they have to do is mount a good defense and they should be fine, but I see some smokes raining down for the Geek Fam team. This might cause a lot of trouble as the sightlines are starting to be blocked. Tony K, though, thinks differently as he gets a knock onto Mika. That's going to slow down the push just for a little bit. They have the time to get the revive and push once again with 3. 4 a.m. now making a move with the 3 players. They've been sitting very quiet in the entirety of the game, but now with 4 a.m. coming out, taking shots at the Reject team through the bus window, some very nice shots, but neither team losing a player yet.
And with 4 a.m. moving in, that provides an opportunity for Geek Fam to go more towards the southern side, but instead they're going to be heading straight into phase, dropping one immediately. Tony K down to a sliver of HP, and will go down swinging as well. Down to Damn Rude, who picks up Lycan, looks for the second, has to retaliate as Vinatros comes through from the back line. So unfortunately, Geek Fam, it was that manpower to absolute explosive energy that did go the way of FaZe Clan. At least they did manage to, put a hit into the FaZe Clan numbers.
We're finally down to the last 5 teams. By the way, IHC Icy still alive, swimming in from the water, playing so quiet. FaZe, after fighting with the likes of Geek Fam, too many of them got knocked in the process of that fight, and the other teams will take advantage. Now the Reject team up to 9 eliminations, getting 2 on 4 a.m. 4 a.m. with the mad full send. They will go down as well, last ditch effort, and now it's down to GK and the Rejects team. And Icy still in the picture. These teams are definitely thinking it's a 4v3. But Icy, he never got the meds. He's been swimming in the water, never had the meds, got onto land. Has he managed to find a box maybe to pick up some bandages? Icy, 1 HP. He's going to be as quiet as possible. Rejects and GK in a standoff. Last zone has already closed. It's just going to go straight into the middle, giving a huge advantage to GK as they control a majority of the terrain. The Rejects slowly moving in, doing what they can, actually wrapping down, and actually GK will find Icy. Now it's a 3v2 situation. Whoever gets the first knock will be huge, but GK with a position, Hope coming out, holding the high ground, pretty much setting up a crossfire sightline for the Rejects team, making this extremely difficult. You see Rejects wanted to isolate the lower angle by sweeping down low, but the flats is not going to be good enough for them, and GK will crunch them in. Shots going back and forth here. Both Reject players stuck and cornered in the blue. 3v1 situations down to Ray J, but it is not enough, and GK will take a dub, and one of the probably more difficult Miramar matches we'll see for everybody out here.
Look, it came down to that awareness from GK Esports, using their numbers advantage to the absolute best. Moving on down, just with Satan making sure that their flanking opportunities were cut down, making sure that there were no surprises from the likes of Icy. Not that I think Icy had any opportunity to do so, because as you said, only 1 HP, they were planning to just hide it out and see what placements could come from it. But because of that, because they managed to open up that space, they cut off the only opportunity that Rejects had to get a flanking position on them. And then just that 2-1 split in the final moments with Hope on the high rise, it was pretty much set and stone here for Rejects. They really didn't have space to work with.
Yeah, that was a slow grind of a match. Everybody towards that late game, just getting advantages and then losing it back and forth. We saw Furious Gaming, rise up with 4 and then instantly gets cut down. GK fighting through a multitude of teams. The Reject team surviving through, all hell, just, centering up very early and then just getting surrounded, but managing to set up a strong defense. Ultimately, though, this match, we do see the Japan team, the Reject team, the team that went out first in that last match will get a second place, but GK will get the chicken dinner instead.
And it's GK that end up winning the first Miramar match, but it does look like Reject end up stealing the most points here in the first Miramar of today,
man.
7.
GK with an amazing performance back-to-back, by the way, for them to be able to come out with that chicken dinner with how much they had to rotate. Love the difference there from the first game to what we're seeing here. And then with that, I mean, Reject, we got to give him some props too. 12 eliminations, 24 points total, Imperium.
That's where experience can really come into play, right? You know, and you said it, this is PMGC, you know, and Reject proved that they deserve to be here, bouncing back from a poor game 1 to get a fantastic result in game 2, a little bit of revenge on the 4 Angry Men as well along the way. You know, 6 eliminations for Divine, 4 for Rejoko. You know, that purple hair is doing wonders, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yeah. It's the purple hair buff, man. You know, we've seen a couple players with the blonde hair buff, but the purple hair ends up winning the 6 eliminations, most elims in that last one right there. And, man, I mean, just the plays, the movement that you see in Miramar, it's just so dynamic. The zone was a little bit toxic, I think. I don't think players were a really big fan of it, but still, you know, I think so. I think so, because anytime I see that particular zone going to, like, the south side, you know, it's just... it's always a pain, especially for rotating.
Yeah. And Zute made a pretty decent point that, like, it's an area of the map that not a lot of teams will traverse a lot of the time, obviously, unless the circle goes. That way, it's rare that it goes that, you know, that long in the southeastern side of the map for that long in the game. So, yeah, very unknown quantities for a lot of teams in that game 2-7.
I mean, when you go into the second circle and it is about 50 to possibly 60% water, yeah, I'd say it's a toxic, a very, very toxic circle. But I was impressed with what some of the teams were able to do to counter that, right? We saw a little bit, even though there wasn't that much area for teams to move around, we saw teams willing to take a bit of a split to just hold a little bit more land. That's what you want to see. By the way, we saw Geek Fam Mika again on the top performance, which is great to see out of that team, because that team is being so aggressive. I love it.
Like, Geek Fam as a whole, even up until the bitter end, they still pushed FaZe, right? They were like, look, we're going down swinging, guys. They pushed in, they ended up losing it, but man, for them to have that level of aggression and just great team synergy, they weren't like too huddled together. You saw UI was playing that kind of support role quite effectively in the back line. You had Mika in the front line. They were just really working so well together, playing on the high grounds on that northern side. It was so good. Like, they punished the likes of T2K, who were too late rotating at a compound. They punished so many other teams around them. Yeah, just a wonderful performance again from Geek Fam.
I mean, when you have a player like Mika just go off like that, you know that's got to hype up the squad. Speaking of hype, let's go ahead and take a quick break to cool down a little bit, and we'll be right back here in just a second. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys are really enjoying the show. And of course, we have to give a big thank you to our sponsors to make this show possible. I gotta give a shout out to Sony with their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream. They were actually created in collaboration with professional esports players. You guys can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Also got to give a big shout out to our platinum sponsor, Prime Gaming. You guys can get some free in-game content with Prime Gaming, as well as some other great Prime benefits. So go check it out, get some in-game items, and check out some of their other premium content. You guys saw it there in the ad, and I hope you guys can enjoy it. Now that we've got that, I think it's time we take a look here at the overall rankings to see how everything is stacking up here after a couple matches. Ooh. And it looks like GK Esports, with that consistency, are going to take the top spot for now, 7.
Consistency is definitely key, and that's what they've been able to do in the back-to-back matches. 39 points for them, but I mean, then you have 4 angry men with the performances that we're able to put up in the first game, and kind of following up some there in the second game. Second place for them in Reject. This is going to be a big bounce back, right? Because remember, they're 0 points in the first match, and for them to make that jump up, it's huge, Imperium.
It is. But one thing that I've noticed, and I kind of slightly expected this in Group Yellow, simply because of it being the first PMGC for a number of teams, it's quite top heavy, right? You got kind of already over 30 points dividing 16th and kind of first, second, and third. So that's something that hopefully we will see change, because we want to see the bottom teams come back up and show us what they've got. But it does leave me a little bit worried.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm so excited for Sandhawk. You know, Sandhawk, I know, is going to wake up those teams at the bottom. It's going to wake everybody up, because the action is always like this, baby. Papa Blue is going to come in heavy, and let's see which teams that you guys are keeping an eye on here for this Sandhawk match 7. I see you got Geek Fam on there. I think it makes sense how they're performing so far.
I do, and I'll tell you why in just a second. First of all, I want to talk about IHC, and the reason why I want to talk about them is because I felt like they could have done a lot better in the rotation if they wouldn't have taken 8 minutes to fully commit to an actual hot drop. That's how long it took for them to actually get into a fight against Besiktas. You can't wait that long. If you're going to do a hot drop, you got to decide within at least 2 minutes, okay, we are either going to be taking this fight or we're going to be rotating out, because a lot of them got caught in the rotation. And then you got, Geek Fam. The aggressiveness that we're seeing out of this team, I absolutely love it, Imperium.
Definitely. Reject, the bounce back, incredibly impressive. Geek, man, back-to-back strong results, especially against teams like 4 Angry Men, is not easy. This is their first PMGC, but they are making it count in a big way. And of course, I had the Big One Boys furious. I saw them in Americas. I was a little bit worried, said it, but it was a much cleaner, swifter performance coming in from that southern edge. They didn't have as much traffic around them, but they still dealt with what they had very well. It was a step-by-step progress for them.
Some of their players do have PMGC experience, so I wonder if that's playing into part.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think it has to. I think it has to, absolutely. Take a look at some of the player shots here. These players are getting ready. See some hearts being thrown up. And we'll see how the performance does. And hopefully we'll see those hearts still stay up here. Team's getting ready.
Jibs, I got a question for you.
That's so crazy. No, go ahead. Bring it.
I got a question for you, Imperium. Do we think we're going to be seeing, and also for everybody currently watching, let us know in chat as well, do you think we're going to be seeing any hot drops here in Sandhawk?
Yes. The answer? Yes. Okay, 100%. All right, let's see if we're going to see them. Let's take it on over to our casters for some Sandhawk action.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. Hot drops, yes or no? My money's on yes. Looking at these teams, the way they've been playing, I feel like certain teams are definitely confident in taking a fight, or at least dropping on top of each other. And with Sandhawk, of course, being such a small map, there's got to be at least one hot drop. Am I right, S-Proxy? At least one.
At least, man. I mean, we started off with Murmur, one of the biggest maps that we have available, and we still had hot drops. So over towards Sandhawk, surely Ruins is going to have a little bit of action. I mean, there's so many great opportunities for hot drops on Sandhawk that, you know, it could just be absolutely fire.
Speaking of Ruins, that was actually where the hot drop was happening in last week's Sandhawk matches. Yeah, no one actually took the fight in boot camp, nor Paradise. We'll see how this one plays out. 4 a.m. out very early on the eastern side of things. On the north, we see 2 teams, Train to Kill and Genesis, I believe. No, that is actually Game Lords on the northern side. It looks more like a split, though. 3 teams flying over boot camp. One of them is probably going towards Camp Alpha, I'd imagine. And 2 of them, though, are indeed landing within boot camp. A little bit of a split fight on the northern side, and then I do think we will have a boot camp hot drop.
Oh yes, that was Besiktas and FaZe, and we saw this happening in the scrims as well, so it looks like both teams are looking to set some dominance up in here. MR5 going to be the first player to drop down for the time being as Besiktas swarm on in, and this is beautiful for them because they're taking that central position and they're making sure that FaZe are actually split up. Now it's only 1-for-1, and each of those players are isolated.
Yeah, 2v3 situation now. Venturas did get a trade knock back. They need to add the pressure. They need to just go for it right now, even if it is unfavorable for them, because the longer they take, they're just going to get revived. So now it's a 1v2. Venturas tries to get the second one. Now just like that, down to a 1v1 situation. It's all down to Peace. Peace versus Venturas here. A little jiggle back and forth. Oh, he goes aggressive. Venturas smelled the weakness. He will go for the clutch finish and will get the revive on Tony K. 1 HP. That was FaZe getting 2 knocked down early and only 1 trade back. So it was a 2v4 for the side of FaZe Clan, and FaZe will come out on top. I feel like Besiktas, yeah, they really need to work on just their close range synergy. We saw in that fight, you know, just on Miramar, they had one teammate isolated for the longest time, and they did not support him correctly. This time around, Besiktas starts off the fight with a 4v2, and then they end up losing that one as well. So Besiktas, they need to pull it together.
It's a question mark for me because they looked so much better in this engagement than what they've done in any of the other maps. I mean, they started off, they got those 2 eliminations, they isolated the final 2 players. They literally, again, to remind you, the last 2 players for FaZe were isolated. They had no backup. They weren't playing as a duo. They didn't have the opportunity. They had to just go in gunslinging and hoping that they were hitting the shots, and they did because Besiktas, I don't know, maybe it's a communication thing. Maybe there was a little bit of chaos. But they need to turn it around. They need to keep that structure going, as we saw them do that in the beginning phase of that engagement. So the opportunity is there, definitely. I just don't know what is just missing for Besiktas, that they can't bring in that execution for the duration of that fight. But either way, that was an interesting bootcamp. And now the question is, do you think Besiktas are going to change their drop location for the next day on Sanok?
Ooh, I think so. I think if you're a bootcamp team, just in general, if you're a bootcamp team, you gotta look more dominant than that. And so far, out of the 3 games, I do not see a aggressive team out of the likes of Besiktas. Not aggressive whatsoever. And this might sound harsh. I don't even feel like they're a team that's really, you know, playing optimally at all so far. Like the Miramar game, it just keeps coming back to me. 1 player isolated for that long, and no one had sightlines across the road. I feel like, you know, IHC, that last game was wide in the open for someone to take shots at them or like apply some pressure, but we didn't see that at all. So I don't think Besiktas is cut out for that boot camp hot drop. And also, you need that killer mentality, right? Like, when it came down to that 1v1, as IHC right here getting into fight, IHC, man, this team just keeps finding themselves in trouble, and that is going to be IHC losing one. I think Rejects will be fine. Looking at the rest of the map, I don't think there's going to be any other fights really engaging out. And just as I say that, it looks like IHC, they're not going to back down. They're actually going to get even more aggressive, getting close with a grenade. Rejects instead will be the ones to back up a little bit here.
Yeah, just managing to get that res onto Divine, who's trying to back off and get some res, but bam, they go down once again. Icy just pinpoint accurate, and they've got their duo in the form of Demo. They still have the likes of Alex as well, so they're going to be applying that pressure. And this is fantastic, picking up the second. This is huge. Now they just need to take that further.
Yeah, that was Geek actually with the third party. That was the cross angle that the Rejects were really relying on to pen in the pressure. But getting third party, now all of a sudden Rejects looking like, you know, holding a strong position with strong sightlines is suddenly at a huge disadvantage, pressured all the way back into a corner. Duello will try and get that revive, but it's not just Geek Fam here looking for eliminations. It's also IHC, and IHC, getting peppered. Icy just a little bit. Duello, what can he do in this situation? This 1v3, he will get one knock onto Alex, but the trade quickly comes through. IHC looking a lot better here with 3 eliminations already and polarizing performances for Rejects. Going out first on Erangel, getting a second place and ending up with the most points in the second match with the amount of eliminations, back down to being the first team taken out on the third map.
Well, technically the second if we talked about Pashika. So
Oh, right. That
it's okay.
So quick.
Too much happens. Too
Yeah.
much happening. And already FaZe has joined the third-party action. I thought it was going to be Geek Fam to apply that pressure to IHC, but unfortunately they are just caught in the midst of danger. FaZe already with 5 eliminations off of the back of that boot camp action. But again, they're running here with only a duo. Demo going to be peeking around the corner. Blank so much damage, but unfortunately not hitting those final shots to make it count. But Icy is here for the backup.
Yeah, good trades for IHC. This team showing signs of potential greatness. The aggression's there. The aim is there. The knocks are there. It's just that they're constantly running into multitudes of teams to fight against and just getting a little bit caught out. Maybe too aggressive, especially for Sandhawk, right? Third partying is always a huge concern for everybody on Sandhawk. So maybe this was not the map to go guns blazing. But at least they pick up a few eliminations. Down to just 1 player now for IHC. Maybe they'll pull off another miracle placement. And I do think, it was actually Icy. Him managed to sneak his way all the way into 3rd place on the last Miramar match. Next circle comes out. We will be shifting down to the south. So a lot of question marks for these teams no longer, there, because it could have been northwest, could have been on the eastern side, could have been on the southern side. But now more than likely, it will be a southern finish for Sandhawk. And we're already down to 50 players, Proxy.
It's ridiculous. I mean, the opportunity there for Icy is that there's a lot of rivers, there's a lot of water, so if they want to take another swim into great placements, it's available, of course, but the rest of the teams are going to be applying a lot of pressure. As we know, so many teams rotating on in from both that northwestern side, from Camp Alpha, and the northeastern side being, of course, Boot Camp with Nongshim Red Force, and of course the likes of Genesis, Dogma, Gids moving on in from that cave direction. So the outskirts of the zone is going to be quite packed. But the question here now is, how is FaZe going to get themselves out of the situation? First, they thought they had to worry about IHC. That's okay. That's done for the time being. Then Geekfam was in the vicinity, but now 4 angry men move on up into this contention here. And this is an interesting opportunity because Nongshim Red Force just on the other end making a similar rotation.
And Game Lords doing the same exact rotation, running into Nongshim Red Force. That was a quick rotation knock right there. Game Lords, they do get the info that there is a team ahead of them now. Game Lords might look to wrap all the way back around. They do have vehicles. Nongshim will pick up that little moped for themselves. But yeah, Nongshim has the likes of 4 AM to go through. They have a lot of teams to go through. But with these vehicles, they might just, rotate and swing all the way around. They hear the gunshots, just south of them. And it looks like they're, instead of trying to peek on over there, they're going to turn, tail, and wrap around. There is a lot of space to work with, though, because so many teams did fight early, so that clears up a lot rotations-wise.
FaZe, I can tell you one thing, they are definitely not afraid. They are still applying the pressure to 4 angry men, hopefully giving themselves some space at least in for a few more minutes into the zone. They've already taken 1 knock from 4 AM. Unfortunately, they can't move on in for that elimination because if they do, it's a 2-on-4. So I don't know how it's going to pan out for them, at least for the time being. That firepower will suppress the push from 4 AM. But it's going to be a question mark to see how long they can last here and how many other teams might jump into the third-party opportunity.
Seems like more teams deciding to wrap around on this one. A lot of teams fearing the bridge cap, and rightly so. We do have a Geek Fam with 1 player, Snipes, camping the bridge on the western side, and of course, FaZe and 4 AM holding that bridge crossing as well. Things will slow down just a little bit here as teams are trying to figure out where to go in this zone. Looks like more often than not, teams will just edge into the side and wait for the next circle shift before making their next move on Sandhawk.
Train to Kill has been one of those teams that I feel like they've been so close into making something happen, but then, I mean, we had a 1v4 happen on Erangel. How are you supposed to predict that? How are you supposed to imagine that that was something that was going to happen? But again, that comes down to the side of Train to Kill. Hopefully now coming through from the southern portion, it might give them some opportunity. That zone moving to the south as well means that it cuts the amount of time they have to rotate a little bit shorter. But GK Esports just up ahead of them. We still have this contention with 4AM and FaZe, and now the added pressure of the zone shift and Nongshim Red Force in the vicinity.
Nongshim Red Force do have those mopeds, so they might go for a very fast rotation after doing some proper scouting, and here comes the rotation now. It's risky, definitely. Rotating on the moped and Sandhawk can easily get ripped out, and one player dropping off, setting up some quick cover fire potentially. Or maybe he just does not want to be on the back of a moped. I don't blame them.
Would rather take a swim. That's all, Zute. You know, it's a little bit hot in Sandhawk, so just going to be taking a quick dip and moving on into that rotation.
Speaking about rotations, we have Genesis Dogma Gets here rotating by Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming on the high ground, applying a good amount of pressure. But Genesis Dogma Gets should be okay. If they just wrap a little bit more down to the south, there's almost nobody on the southern sides besides Train to Kill, the team you mentioned. So they'll get a nice little entryway far deep in the southern side. Meanwhile, DX Xavier wrapping far south from the western side. A little bit split up, though. All three players just on different sections of the western water side.
It's going to be interesting because if they can move into that direction there by Nakem, but they will be pretty close to Train to Kill later on with that phase shift. But at least for the time being, hopefully they can group up. They can get themselves prepped in to move from that southwestern portion, because then they've got a fantastic opportunity with GK Esports moving to smack bam center zone, allows more of that space towards the southern portion. FaZe getting caught out by the team they were not expecting. Falcons moving on in here for the kill, already found one, and now they want to finish off the likes of FaZe completely.
This is an interesting push for Falcon. This area of the map is not in zone, and Blue Zone's so close behind. I saw they had 4 players and vehicles. They could have potentially just taken a fight more in zone. Maybe they want to clear out everything slowly. And luckily for them, right, FaZe is only down to 2 players here. Tony K trying to make a valiant last stand, firing off a lot of shots, not much connecting though. And when you're down to 1 player, you got to go a little bit aggressive. And that's the perfect timing to go aggressive as Powerful looks and turns the other way.
Oh, look, it's unfortunate that they lost that member, but at least Never Alone was there to get that flanking opportunity and to put things to bed. However, the question is, again, rotation. Like you said, they could have just taken their vehicles on in. Maybe they smelled the opportunity for an elimination. They said, why not? Let's see what we can get here before we move into that zone, get some foundational points. But it is going to be a hard rotation for them. They have to go through the likes of Team Entertainment, Nongshim Red Force, Furious Gaming, all the teams towards that northern side of the zone. And even if they try and take more of a western approach, they still find themselves in the crosshairs here of Vivo Keed. So I'm not sure how they're going to fight their way into this zone.
It's going to be difficult for everyone to fight their way into the zone, because all on the outer edges of this new zone is high ground, meaning all the teams not in the zone got to work uphill from different multitudes of sightlines raining down on them. 4AM coming in from the blue zone here. Very difficult rotation to make as the circle hard shift is so far down towards the southern side. And yeah, just take a look at that. What's waiting for them in the distance. Everybody set up in different positions. Layers of teams getting ready to gatekeep anybody trying to come into this zone.
Already the damage is there. A little bit of action towards Nongshim Red Force as well from Furious Gaming. But it is Game Lords applying the pressure, trying to stop anyone from rotating on in. And they will find at least one. They will find a second. Akashi just laying down the law.
And not much any of these teams could do coming into the edges of the zone. It's all uphill from every side of the circle. It is a low hill going uphill. So 4AM try to go for a full send, did not work out. Savon, the only player managing to come in here. Can he make a valiant last stand and maybe get 1 or 2? There is only 3 players of Game Lord. So if he comes up huge here, comes up clutch, and just as I say that, the grenade will be his demise. On the other side of things, the northern side, here's that Nongshim Red Force push uphill. Also not working out successfully. Falcon, they're going to be the next ones to try and do it, pushing right up into Tem Entertainment. They will stop a little bit short and prime their nades. Comes down to who could get the opening knocks.
Trying to capitalize off of the chaos from Nongshim Red Force. Unfortunately, Tem Entertainment have just been so clinical. They weren't really in a position where they were hurting from that engagement. They're all full HP, and now they're applying that pressure here to Falcons. Yusef up close with that nade, trying to prep it, trying to give themselves an opportunity. But just look at this onslaught from Tem Entertainment. They are making sure they're keeping an eye out, but Yusef stepping on up from the flanking line is going to find two. It's down to only one now for Tem Entertainment, who has to rotate around. The Rock will find that connection. Now Bevy moves on in for the elimination. Falcons down on their last legs of Never Alone.
Never Alone. 1v1. Did not spot out the player in the grass. Very good try for the likes of Falcon. I feel like if they just, gave up the push against FaZe and instead prioritized that one that we just saw, they would have had more time to work with, plus an extra member to play with, because they did lose one player to FaZe. If they had that one player up, it would have been a 2v1. They could have got a full reset, taken that position on the high ground, and been in good standings. Next zone shifts further down south, so everyone on the north side now has to cross over this giant road. That's definitely going to spell doom for many of the players.
Again, I'm just thinking about Train to Kill coming through from that southern side. That rotation in the zone is paying dividends for them. They are so well zone blessed right now that they are just waiting for the teams to push into them. This contention here between Genesis Dogma and Game Lords is going to be an interesting one. Down to Victor now, who's just slowly but surely getting pushed on out of position with that zone. At least does find one. But again, they still have to make a rotation, and the rest of Genesis is trained on this position. They are just waiting for a pixel to pop to take them out of the count, to take Victor out, and to provide them that space from that southern side.
The domino effect of 4 AM pushing, it forced Game Lord to all three of them go down to isolate that one player, and they gave up the high ground. This was Game Lord's position. Game Lords was gatekeeping out Genesis and 4 AM. But the second they gave up that high ground because they didn't want to risk a 2v1, it was the Genesis team to overtake it. Now Genesis in a great position. Meanwhile, on the edge of the map here, both teams of GK and Xavier in the hard cover. It is Vivo Keyed and Geek Fam that needs to move in. Geek Fam is eliminated. There's still the team of Vivo Keyed. One player left in the blue zone. He probably won't be making it in here either.
I highly doubt. I mean, up against the likes of GK and Xavier, who have their eyes set and trained on that coastline on the edge of zone as well. It's just going to be about that interesting question. When does GK take the action to Xavier or vice versa? Again, they're not the only team in these final zones. We've got Train to Kill already planting their flag in the zone, at least with one. Furious Gaming doing the same. And now it looks like GK Esports are trying to find an opportunity here to Xavier, but Train to Kill will actually be the ones to find that first elimination.
The sightline's so deadly down here. There is a lot of trees, covering soft. You could consider it soft cover, but you just saw right there, players do sometimes just shoot through the brushes for those lucky shots, and it sometimes says connect. Circle centers right on up. GK and Xavier will have to move into the zone. I would like to see GK maybe just take the fight with Xavier rather than, just trying to creep into the zone. It looks like they're going to keep that pressure up. Meanwhile, Genesis sitting really nice on that high ground with very strong sightlines onto everyone else. Train to Kill, likely doing the same here. Looking at not just Xavier, but also potentially GK if they creep any closer.
Rotations, the name of the game. And right now, Xavier, they are falling victim to this rotation from the zone. GK Esports moving on in, applying the pressure to one, looking for a bit more. And they've got the numbers to do it. Frankie still trying to slowly but surely move on up. Train to Kill now making their move as well, but feeling some pressure as Genesis makes that appearance and looks to take them out.
Ooh, Genesis nicely sneaking up to Train to Kill. Train to Kill was a little bit too focused, but now that they've given away their positions, Train to Kill is now trained onto the side of Genesis, and those nades will be good. Slows everything down. That is 2 players all of a sudden for Genesis knocked and finished. I do applaud the effort on potentially making the game-winning play, but hold on, everybody's getting involved now as 360 all around the map. Shots getting traded back and forth from one side of the map to another. Everyone is going to be able to take shots. We still have Furious Gaming here on the northern side playing very quiet. We'll be able to get the revive onto Trigger. Probably will have to pick him up as the blue zone is creeping in. Milo's pumping up the booster. Furious Gaming down to 2. It is a slow crawl for everyone, and is Train to Kill still with the massive advantage because they have this hillside to work with.
They have this hillside. They have all of their numbers still up and applying the pressure, just shooting every possible pixel that moves at this point in time. And now Furious Gaming feeling the action as well. GK moving in. Train to Kill not quite finding that connection. So GK will have just a space, just an opportunity, a glimpse of time to get that elimination. But for how much longer will they be able to survive here? Train to Kill just looks like they're just tunneling vision on GK Esports here.
GBK is definitely their biggest threat with 3 players up and in closest proximity to them. GK knows that they have to make this push. GK has been playing so well today, game 1 and game 2, racking up a huge amount of points. If they were to go down here, they already have 9 eliminations and a 3rd place finish. And what's even better, Ragnar is going to open this fight up with a grenade, setting this fight back to a 3v3, and they're giving up the high ground. If they decide to wrap up, they could win this, and Genesis on the other side of things get some shots onto Train to Kill. Train to Kill looking so strong at 4, now down to 2, and now GK will wrap up to the top side. It is a 3v1. GK, 11 eliminations. They just need to find one more player. The last player, Train to Kill, good nade, getting a lot of damage. He's going to pop up. He gets one. 1v2. Can he get the second player? He needs a good one here. Fires off a lot of shots. Ragnar almost goes down. Ragnar will throw the nade back. Doesn't connect. Confirms the point. And now he's going to wrap back. He's given away his position. Wants to change it up a little bit. Goes prone. Might catch one more player and isolate down to a 1v1. Zone is closing in ever so slowly. GK, they have the advantage, but they're definitely not going to play this too carelessly. The last player of Train to Kill snaking in. Both players of GK, one player of GK actually, Tom with the hard cover, is going to try and spot out any movement in grass. Sandesh spots one. He knows where the last one is. He's going to go for the 1v1. Pre-fires the right side corner, pre-fires the left side, gets some more shots in, but the last player of GK swings out wide, swings out unexpectedly, all the way away from the cover, and that throws off the pre-fire, and it is GK with a very strong chicken dinner. GK just shot themselves up huge in the lead, because I don't believe anyone below them. Oh yeah, look at him. He's like, where's everyone? Where's everyone else on the leaderboards, huh? All here.
Come on.
We're here all day, baby. All day. GK. Man, this team, not one of the teams that I think a lot of players or a lot of, viewers might have had their eyes set on to come out with a strong performance on day 1, but man, they are high above everyone else now.
I mean, GK Esports moving on in from those Middle East and Africa champs. The team from Saudi Arabia making everyone so proud at home. And again, just managing to calm everything down in the final moments. Train to Kill, once again, so close. This is such a much better performance from them than what we've seen so far today. But just so close, just short of making that a winner-winner chicken dinner game. It was extremely close, but maybe this spells the hope that we should be expecting from Train to Kill and the other maps.
Yeah, Train to Kill, making a really good comeback as far as performance goes. I feel like they had a chance to really close out the game there. They needed to pressure into GK rather than hovering down the middle. We saw when they hovered in the middle, GK pushed up, the other side third-partied, and that was the demise of Train to Kill. But great performance for them, even better for GK, because this makes 3 amazing, consistent games for this team of GK.
And it's GK Esports that get the first back-to-back chicken dinners here in Group Yellow. And it's only match number 3 at the start.
Crazy.
This team is absolutely dominating and crazy indeed, Imperium. You know they got to be feeling the hype, huh?
Definitely, they held on to one of the strongest compounds coming into the mid portion of the game down on the southwest island, and they controlled from the north extremely well. They took down 2 players from T2K into the late stage of the game, finished off Genesis Dogma. It got a little bit scary. 7 got a little bit scary because Sandesh made a good run of it, but in the end they closed it out clean.
Very scary, I would say. I think we were both just waiting to see what was going to happen there. I thought T2K might have been able to take it. But you can see Ragnar there with 6 eliminations, 708 damage. And I feel like that nade that he was able to throw and knock the player from T2K at the end of the match was perfect. And what was the opening that they wanted, that they needed.
Yeah.
I must say, and I'll be completely honest about this, when we saw the overall earlier and I saw GK Esports up there at the top, I was like, okay, that might be a bit of a fluke. Just 2 matches. But after this performance, I mean, now it's starting to become consistency. I know it's day 1, but
Yeah.
I love the adjustments they've been able to make. I mean, in Erangel, right? First match, they weren't able to fully defend the compound the way we wanted to see it.
Yeah.
Now they're starting to show us adjustment on the fly, which is great to see.
It's insane to see. As a matter of fact, insane. Take a look at the bottom. You can see the fan vote leaderboard right here. Looks like S2G is up on top. BTR a close second. Let's just see 1 million up there as well. You know,
Okay.
nobody I don't really see from this group. But
Not
heck,
yet.
who knows?
Not yet.
After
Not yet.
today, these first 2 games, I think, or 3 games, right? I think we may see one particular team named GK up on that board. I wouldn't blame anybody either. They're performing strong here today. Hey, by the way, you know, we're also seeing some great performances from some of the other squads as well. You know, Furious putting up some good consistent points on the board here. I know it's
Yeah.
only 3 games in, but at any time we could see another squad pop off here, period.
We're seeing a bit more of a pattern from a number of teams compared to other weeks and other groups. You hit the nail on the head mentioning Furious. It was nice to see Genesis Dogma kind of come out of their shell a lot more in that previous game. They did the right job of kind of holding back between Game Lord and Nova. I know Zute mentioned it during the game down on the southeast side. And yeah, okay, they were left with just Daybot in the end, but still another strong performance. The cushion that GK have created though in the top 3-7 is, I can't wait to see the overall standings because that's going to be incredible.
I'm so glad you mentioned that cushion because I was about to mention it. I don't want them to get too comfortable. We've seen what happens, right? Even though it's just 3 games, I want them to just continue on improving, continue on showing us these changes that they're currently being able to show us, and continue to perform that well. If they can maintain themselves within the top 5, I mean, I'm not expecting them to win every single match, but if they can continue on with this type of consistency, they could be a very, very scary team.
Absolutely. I mean, it kind of reminds me of, you know, last week, HVVP, right? We saw them dominate week 1.
Yeah.
Dominate. The first day, second day, third day, all of a sudden, you know, the last day ended up getting pulled right out from under them. But speaking of pulled, gotta give a big shout out to our hotel partner here for PMGC, and that's Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar. Our world is your playground. Also, gotta give a big thank you to our platinum sponsor, Prime Gaming. That's right. You guys can go get some nice in-game rewards, PUBG Mobile content, as well as check out other Prime benefits. So go check out Prime Gaming. I mean, hey, Seven, we did an interview with Prime Gaming back in the day. Remember that?
That was a while back. But yes, I do remember.
That was a while back. Ooh, that was a heck of a throwback. But they've been around for a heck of a while, and now they're here now. And you know what? It's time to talk about the overall rankings. And, GK's in first place. Huge shocker.
28 points for second place alone, 7. That isn't a cushion. That's a double mattress, followed by pillows, followed by blanket. You name it. GK have the most comfortable lead in the top of the standings.
Whoa. This is what I was saying, Imperium. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, okay? This is what I'm hoping the players, when they see that overall, they kind of bring it down a little bit. By the way, I do need to shout out D Xavier because they finally were able to put at least somewhat of a performance 7 points for them, only 1 elimination. Now, I think this team can definitely be a little bit more aggressive. But going back to GK, Hot Jukes mentioned it perfectly, and he got the gist of what I was saying there too. I don't want them to become HVVP.
Yeah,
No.
you can't let it happen to you. Yeah, I know those like first couple of games, jitters are out the way, but I know there's one team that's been just super steady. It's been GK. They're at the top of the leaderboards. Let's take a look at a really awesome interview with him before we get further on. Let's go ahead and send it on over to our host.
Welcome back to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And today, the first day of Group Yellow. And this is a very exciting thing because we have seen the first 3 rounds full of bloodbath and insane passion. So let's talk a little bit with some of our players right now. With me, I have GK. Hi, how are you? And can you introduce yourself?
كيف حالك وبس قول انت منو للكاميرا.
أول شيء الحمد لله وأنا جي كي ساتان IGL التيم in game leader.
This is the IGL, the in-game leader of GK, and obviously he's feeling pretty good after what happened.
Wow, and this is really exciting for me because I want to know everything that happened just now. So my first question for you is, how did you feel getting a winner-winner chicken dinner in the second and third game? How did you deploy your tactics without giving away too many of your secrets?
شو مشاعرك انه فزتوا الجيم الثاني والثالث كمان وشو سويتوا انه تقدرون تفوزون هاي المراحل اصلا؟
أول شيء شعور حلو إنك تقدم ببطولة عالمية مثل PMGC، حلم لأي لاعب. أما بخصوص كيف صار هالشيء فصار بالتدريب وتجهيزاتنا للبطولة.
He said, firstly, it's amazing to be able to perform at PMGC at this level, win the second and third game, and also that they were able to win these games out of the practice and out of the preparation that they did before the tournament.
That is really exciting to see, and it's actually bearing fruit. Now, my final question for you, and this is a good one. Which team do you think poses the biggest threat to you and why?
من الفرق الموجودين بالجروب ماتك مين منهم خايفين منك انه يعني يقدرون يغلبوك ليش خايف منهم؟
كل الفرق.
وليش؟
لأنه كل الفرق اللي واصلة للPMGC واصلة باستحقاق وبجهد أشهر وسنين.
He says he's worried about every single team because every single team that made it here made through effort and preparation that took them years and to qualify to this tournament. So every team is a threat to them.
Wow, that's really exciting. We love a very humble team, but congratulations. Your performance today was absolutely amazing. So for now, I want to say khalas. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll see you guys at game number 4.
What a great interview there with GK Esports, my Tash buddy as well. Hey, yo, 7. I mean, I know there's a couple things stood out to you right there, some questions. So what really stood out to you?
I love that he mentioned, by the way, I actually got a chance to spend some time during PMWI with Satan, and I saw him grinding, man, and I saw him being able to get info, and I love that they mentioned the practice because that's definitely showing right now with what they're able to do. I mean, day 1 already, back-to-back, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm pretty sure YouTube chat's going to be able to correct me on this, this is the first group on the first day, the first team to get those back-to-back chicken dinners, which is super impressive. Another thing that I did love in PM is that he is not overestimating any team. He's not looking down on any team. He said every single team is his biggest threat, and I love that.
Very much echoed what you said. They don't want to get too comfortable. They understand that every single team in this lobby, good at the moment, bad at the moment, is a threat because there's still plenty more games to go, Jukes.
Here's a big question, okay? Thanksgiving is right around the corner here, okay?
It is.
It's actually right now, technically, here where I live, okay? Can they get 3 in a row and get the turkey? 7.
You know what? I'm going to become a believer. Yes, I do hope they end up getting 3 in a row. And that's why I have them on my teams to watch, because I want to continue to see this amazing gameplay. I mean, I said it earlier, I'm surprised. I thought it was a fluke. This game kind of nailed it for me a little bit more. Now, the Xavier, I mentioned it earlier as well. This is a team that's been able to bounce back. And with FaZe Clan, the reason why I picked them is because even though they did end up winning the hot drop, they ended up losing 2 players at the start of the game. Not how you want to start a game with Sandhawk. I'm hoping they're able to adjust to that.
Yeah, not ideal, but also they won the hot drop, and that's a big message for the other Sandhawk games in the rest of the group, right? So hopefully they'll be able to build on that. I picked up the Xavier myself because honestly I've been a little bit disappointed with them. right? I was expecting big things from this roster coming into the start of the day. For whatever reason, they haven't really performed. I put Game Lord once again in my team to pick because despite them being low down, I think they've showed a lot of prowess and they've showed a lot of confidence in all the games and deserves a lot of props.
I want to see more, though.
Well,
True.
Oh, yeah, let's see if we can see more here in this next match. It's ready to go, everybody. Grab your popcorn, get your drinks, and we're going to send it out over to our casters.
Will they get the turkey like Hot Jukes? That's 3 in a row. That's going to be quite the tall ask for a team of GK, but hey, I think GK have been playing it extremely well from what I've seen, and there's a chance they could get 3 in a row.
I mean, like Imperium mentioned, the fact is that they aren't, really taking anyone as, not a threat. They're thinking of every single team as a potential threat. They're not taking advantage of anything. They are keeping their heads cool, calm, and collected, and understanding that in a stage like PMGC, if you give any team around you, no matter where they're currently placing themselves, if you give them an inch, they will take you for that mile and immediately put you on the back foot. We've seen that happen in past weeks. We've seen that happen in past PMGCs. So they need to make sure that they keep themselves at the same standard all the way through.
Imperium mentioned he expected more out of D Xavier, and I think D Xavier themselves do as well, as they have made a substitution there that we just saw. Same with IHC. They're actually taking out Gaulis and putting in Zyol. Now, Zyol, I was asking, where is Zyol? Because this is the guy that really, 2 years ago, the whole entire roster, but Zyol in particular, I really had my eyes on him, so I'm glad to see him being subbed in, but man, Godless being subbed out? I mean, every player, I think, on the IHC roster is a formidable force, but obviously something's not working. So I think the team knows best how to mix and match right now, and we're heading into our second Erangel match of the day, our 4th match overall, and let's see what this one has to bring to the table.
Officially at that halfway point, we've had those first 3 maps. We know exactly who's currently leading the pack, but so do the rest of the teams. They know who they need to keep an eye out for, and they know who is going to be that danger, who's going to be that fierce competition to move on into this map. And now the question is, well, is the flight path going to be matching with the zone? Is the zone going to be allowing these teams to have a little bit more of a peaceful start to Wrangle?
So when you say is the flight path going to be matching the zone, by that you mean a military
Other way around,
base?
but yeah.
Like a military base zone? Is that what you're asking for?
No, I'm not gonna say that I'm asking for it, because if I say that, then I'm not gonna get what I want. But I'm just saying it would be kind of cool. It would be kind of nice.
I will say last week, man, we've had that matches the playing path quite well, actually. Not only is it south, it's southwest, just like where the playing path started from. So, hey, I would say you got what you asked for. The circle does match the playing path quite extremely well. Now, it's going to be difficult for a lot of these teams to deal with, because it's not just a military circle. You don't know if it's military circle or not. And, man, I would love to see a beachside ending, because that beach has a lot of those, hollowed out little shells, those bunkers, those blown up, tanks to use for card cover. Always a cool dynamic ending if it goes anywhere around there. Of course, you have that long pier, that that pier that juts all the way down into water, which is also a strong position if the zone ends anywhere down there.
And I think what's crazy, because it is so west towards that southern portion, it's provided the closest to a 50-50 from mainland to military base island, at least what I've ever seen. So massive opportunity already. IHC and already the substitute making a stand, picking up that elimination.
Yeah. He comes in hot. He's like, all right, you kept me out for enough. I'm going to come in here and get a point instantly. Divine? Not sure.
Hello?
Okay, I mean, if he gets knock in the point, that's worth. But I was going to say, he's by himself. 4AM could have easily came back around and just isolated him, but getting the knock and the confirmation, I mean, I get there's 2 different types of players, right? There's a player where you're by yourself, you see a team drive by, a team, mind you, not just a singular player. He saw a team drive by. There's 2 types. You lay low, you lay quiet, or you're Divine. You stand up, you shoot, you get the knock, you get the point, and you get out of there. So killer instincts right there out of Divine. And for the side of Rejects, I guess they do kind of need the points, right? They had 2 very polarizing performances, so they need that momentum once again to get them going.
You mentioned that, and there's 2 different forms of momentum now available as well. I mean, there's the substitute being Zayul coming in with fresh-faced, fresh energy, ready to bring that to the team, already starting off with an elimination, the first elimination of the Sarangal, saying, okay, cool, we've set the standard. This is how we're going to be taking that forward. And for Rejects, that killer instinct, we've mentioned that before with some of the other teams. That's been our criticism, that they lack that killer instinct. They lack that energy to take it all the way. And now Rejects, they're stepping up once again. I agree with you. Me personally, I would have hid.
Same.
I would have become one with the grass.
Same.
You would have seen me till maybe the next map.
Until maybe the next map. Oh, well, that's one way to play it. Just play extremely quiet. FaZe making that rotation. So we'll also see some interesting rotations here, right? Some teams are going to elect to play from military base into that northern side, right, if it does shift. And some teams will elect to do it the other way around because nobody really knows which way it's going to end. I will say, studying the map a little bit more carefully, it favors military base just a smidgen. In my opinion.
No,
what do you think?
I agree with you. No, I agree with you. The fact is, like we said, we're cutting off that western portion of the main island, so most of that's water. And like you said, you have that little bit of an edge with Promos, but that's the majority of what so-called advantage the main island has in the zone with the military base island in comparison. So I would say there's a lot more space on the military base island. Again, we don't know how that shift is going to go. It might still end up going towards the main island. There's still that opportunity. I think we're as close to a 50-50 as we possibly can, compared to the normal straight down the middle south zones. Then, the decision is different. But here, there's definitely an opportunity. So it's going to be interesting to see which teams do take that gamble, do go to that military base island, and who will be sticking to their guns, who will be sticking to the main.
Yeah, FaZe already going down to that military base. It is also, easily doable to swim from military base to the main island through the entryway of Ferry Pier. That is if, you do it early enough, or else, those positions might get taken. So far, only 2 teams on military base. We have IHC, who just started off looting there, and FaZe is the only team, I would have to say, that made the decision to rotate to military base for now.
Yeah, for now. We can already see a little bit of that movement towards the bridges. Some of the teams may be setting up a few surprises for the other teams taking their rotations in. It is interesting to me, though, that we're seeing a lack of furious gaming towards that military base island, because we've seen in scrims they like that military base island. They took that straight dash on in. This is one of the best opportunities to actually make use of your so-called home territory, but they took that alternate drop site instead. They will be going to the coastal line. They're just on the edge of Quarry, so there's an opportunity here. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be taking it first. I do like the position Geek found themselves in. They're right on that western bridge, right in center, and they're going to be one of the first teams to set up.
Yeah, that is definitely the prime position. That and the other side of the bridge that Geek fam are on. Luckily for them, no one's camping the other side of the bridge just yet, and I don't think anyone will really look to do that. Maybe IHC might cut in, but IHC is still all the way in Novo on the east side of military base. FaZe looks like with that early rotation, FaZe is actually looting military base all the way down in the south. As for everyone else, you see the hesitancy. No one's really committing to military base. A couple of teams committing to the shoreline sides at multiple spots to maybe make it to military base on the next circle once they really know where the zone's going to shift. So 2 teams, military base. Everyone else still on the main island.
Yeah, did you bring your gambling boots today? Because that one's going to be a bit of an interesting one. So here now for the opportunities for some of these teams to bring themselves into this action, to bring themselves into the fold. I mean, we know that GK have been consistent. We know that Geek Fam have been consistent. We made that joke. If you have too easy to name, clearly you're going to be the ones winning today. But there's still so many other teams that have brought through that semblance of hope, that shining moment that have made us question, okay, well, is this going to be the next challenger? Is this going to be the next team to try close that gap with GK?
Potentially here. Genesis, Dogma here. They have 1 player here, so it's not really a bridge camp. It's more of a just gain info. The rest of the 3 members all the way northwest at the shoreline side. So Alan here, definitely just here for the info. You see on that mini map where the rest of the players are. He's going to let everyone pass through before taking shots, and he was actually going to get one here. Oh, that player actually hops out the car and looks backwards as the next zone also shifts out. Now I think we all know where the zone's going. It is military base, and the congestion right there. Oh, my lord.
Ooh, that is the beauty of this kind of a zone. That is the beauty of involving the military base island, is we get treated to something
Oh,
like
not
this.
the tree.
Icy is going to be holding that line. Tem Entertainment, they have no other choice but to hit the tree right now. The car's exploding right on top of it. Tem have just lost 2 players trying to make that rotation into the military base island.
You have one job. You have one job.
Don't drive into trees.
Yeah, you have one job when you're the driver crossing the bridge, and that is to not crash into anything. He crashes into the only solo tree right there. Tem Entertainment. Oh man, that is, I want to say unfortunate, but that is just not. You messed up. You messed up. That's it. Falcons on the other side of things, taking a fight with Nongshim Red Spores right here, and it looks like they're getting the better end of that as Nongshim just down to 1 player, I believe, and last player goes down. No, there's still 1 up. It's a 3v1 situation. Falcon should pick up 4 easy points here.
Oh, yes, indeed. We'll see what they can say about it. Never Alone, once again, picking up the pacing, trying to close that gap. Zaydan, oof. Again, what do you do in this situation? There's mollies coming into your position. You've got a corner left, and there's a nade that might drop on your head as well. And now down to a little sliver of HP while Falcons get ready for the push, for the final onslaught to take this team home, to take them down back to the lobby. Never Alone is going to be taking that sliver of damage. You said back up, and back up will be the word of the day.
IHC continuing to bridge camp this deep in the blue, and for good reason. 5 eliminations. They're dominating already. Zyol is knocked, however, on the eastern side, but this works out for... Oh, just as I say that, another player gets caught on the beach side. I was going to say it works out for them because not a single team can really take a fight with them directly because more teams are backfilling, and it just means they're basically able to isolate every fight that they want to. However, they will manage to get the revive onto Zyol. They will lose that 1 player that was at the beach side, but 5 points for losing 1 player, not too bad of a trade, I would have to say.
Not too bad whatsoever. GK Esports, they're still going to have to move on in, trying to find that line of sight. Icy just trying so close to getting that knock there, but just a sliver of HP off of actually making it happen. Still, though, we'll be able to get that res on up to Zyol, who, again, I feel like Zyol has just been the winning factor here for IHC. They've completely looked like a refreshed team. They're bringing in that momentum. They're looking like a team to beat. It's just going to be about that rotation. Now, will they be able to get themselves situated? Will they be able to get ahead of all of the other teams following suit on that eastern bridge?
Man, look at how many teams are still in the blue on the eastern side, and on the northwestern side, there's VK that we're watching here versus Train to Kill on the high ground. VK on the low ground. Both teams pretty much playing chicken. Who's going to try and cross the road first before they're all stuck in the blue. And on the southwestern side of military base, we have multitudes of teams that have made it over here somehow, some way. Some teams obviously in a better position than others.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I would hazard a guess that FaZe right now, they are loving the position that they're in. With one of the only teams that made the earliest gamble that joined IHC here on towards the military base island, now they might reap those benefits. Now they might be able to pick up those beautiful eliminations to add to the tally. And right now holding on to the most southern portion, really, that's still in the zone. In the meanwhile, Train to Kill up here from that ferry pier, looking for any and all eliminations.
Train to Kill was the first one to try and make some sort of bridge crossing to camp the Vivo Key team. Oh, nice snipe, though. Brings it to a 2v2. Train to Kill already lost 2 players. Vivo Key can try and get some revives here. It seems like that's what one of their teammates is going to try and do. Back into the blue zone, however. Train to Kill, this is their opening to either finish the fight or go for that rotation, and they're going to go for the rotation instead.
Oh, CeeLo just getting themselves down, at least getting the opposite player down to half HP. Jane now going to be making use of this wonderful, wonderful addition to the bridge to try and close that gap, get on over. In the meanwhile, Vivo Keyed hopefully will have that time Ooh, to readjust. Well, for Ventores here, what's the play now? What are you supposed to do here?
That's tough. Because even if he gets an angle, it's going to be hard to get, you know, a 1v4 in, right? He maybe could get a knock and a thirst. If he could, you know, find some sort of footing down there to peek just wide enough. Here we go. He'll spot out one. Going to get the knock. Should try to go for the instant confirmation here as well. Oh, he does. Oh, actually, Trigger from the other side. The high ground from the other team will pick up that player instead. And I don't think FaZe is going to be able to get that revive. Ventores is down for the count, pretty much for the match. Meanwhile, Train to Kill still continuing to give trouble to Vivo Keyed right here. They may have seemed like they crossed the bridge, but instead they actually just set up further down to continue camping.
It's all still out in the blue as it is closing on up, so the pressure definitely on Train to Kill, because just behind Vivo Keyed, it is the 4 angry men following suit, already looking down sight to see who they can pick on up, and they will be sending it through. They have to at this point. This is out in the blue. They need to get themselves into military base, but maybe this is an opportunity for Vivo Keyed to turn it on around, finding one. Will they be able to find more?
4 AM now sandwiched between 2 players of Vivo Keyed. Great trap set up by them. I think it was McGrellan that didn't fire initially to get them sandwiched in, but a good trade for 4 AM. And man, this military zone, so messy. So many teams gambled on it, not going military base, and here's the results of that. We have teams still fighting in the blue on the bridges, and we're already almost 5 circles in.
This is the chaos. This is the chaos when you go down south on Erangel, bringing in that military base island and just forcing the teams to make such tough decisions. You can see 4 angry men now. Ooh, CeeLo is going to let them pass. So that means they might be the first team now. Well, kind of stuck in like a fish in a barrel in the waters out here. Train to Kill know that someone is going to have to make that rotation. It is going to be 4 angry men, so they will take them out. And now, what's left for CeeLo? Do they actually even make that rotation? Because maybe Train to Kill thinks that's it. That's all that they were waiting for.
Potentially. I mean, he's got to make it at some point because this blue zone's starting to chunk. Looking back down toward the southwest, this is where the zone is ending. Could end on the ridgeline or back at the compound that FaZe is holding. FaZe, however, unfortunate for them, down to 3 when they could be having 4 players. That one player slipped off a little bit. 2 down deep into the water depths. Geek Fam with 3 alive, 4 eliminations. This team always has some sort of elimination points to their name.
They're aggressive, man. They're bringing in that energy, but I also feel like they're not getting punished for it at any point, at least earlier on. They have that ability, that have that space and the skill to get those eliminations and run away, disengage, and get away with it. Now, IHC looking to get that revenge party going here with Besiktas already taking 1. The second is a bumper car waiting to happen. And IHC will not only get their revenge on Besiktas, but they've changed up the game now.
Yeah. This is the IHC I was expecting. This is the IHC I saw 2 years ago, just fighting their way in, dominating from the edge side. And I think, you know, bringing back Zayol into the mix of things is giving them the confidence. They have 3 players up. They still have a long ways to go. There is a team of Falcons in front of them with 3 up at a hard compound. That could be the next spot for IHC to look at. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, just slow grind of a game on these ridgeline sides. It almost is like that Miramar match we had, where teams are slowly just crunching in and constant fighting back and forth.
We said it from like fight number 12. Yeah, we've got it from fight number basically 11. As the teams are slowly knocking on down, the numbers slowly dwindling. It is going to be that constant battle uphill. Not quite literally, but Geek, right now, they hold in such an interesting opportunity because they do have this position in zone, but damn Rude right now, well, is quite alone. The rest of Geek, they still need to regroup for that backup, while Tem Entertainment close the gap here on Furious Gaming.
Strong pull-up for Tem Entertainment. However, with only 2, get a little bit hard. Furious Gaming does have 4, but it's a 2-2 split, so these 2 players are pretty much isolated. Tem Entertainment, They need to keep going, though. Next circle has shifted away from them. Furious Gaming, if they really wanted to, they could just back up into the rest of their team that is in the zone and then gatekeep together as 4, and that is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to run back. Very smart of them. No point in taking a 2v2 when you could cut it back down to a 4v2, especially with having the zone.
Absolutely. Some massive opportunities trigger. Trying to push the gates, trying to close the gap, regroup, but Baby will at least apply some of that damage, just a warning shot or two, but they're not quite in that position to make anything more of the situation. And now, this is an interesting rotation. They've put some pressure on towards Train to Kill, so if they do now take that rotation into zone, they might expose themselves to that position. Train to Kill, on the other hand, also need to move into zone. So just about that timing. If they can find it, they might be able to safely take that passage in. But still, Furious Gaming will be that opponent right up ahead of them.
Geek, it's just sweeping the size of the circle. They're actually going to be ones to find the Train to Kill points. 6, 7 eliminations, maybe? No, it was actually Furious Gaming that picked up that last one. Good job for both teams. Tem Entertainment, good push initially, slowed things down a little bit too much, gave a chance for Furious Gaming to regroup. And that is also the Rejects team eliminated on the southeastern side. Falcon down to 1. They've got to push in to the 2-man team. Not just any 2-man team, but also FaZe from long distance with the DP giving a lot of trouble.
This is such a difficult terrain to actually navigate. We saw Ventorius from FaZe going down to this exact position. And now GK, while they are feeling the pressure, talking about FaZe here, they jump on in to find that onto Ragnar. So at least one knock, but I'm not sure if that confirmation will come on through. Maybe Satan can rotate on out to get that res, or will Yusef be the determining factor here, already sending out the nades to look for that confirmation. Bevy still making sure that that res came through, so I don't know, this terrain just seems to be the thorn in their side. I don't know how far it's going to allow them to go.
Tem Entertainment still with 2, getting closer and closer, but now Furious Gaming pretty much have 3 to 4 players looking this way. Smokes are good. It'll cut out sightlines for now, but even if Tem Entertainment gets the opening on these 2, there's still that one player in the backline, that they have to worry about. I believe that is Milos right there. Does get tagged up a lot. If they got that opening, could have been a fair 2v2, but pushing in through the smoke, have the UMPs ready, firing through, and they get 1, they get 2, and that is Tem Entertainment out. Furious Gaming with a great adjustment, keeping all 4 players up and making their job easier than rather taking the hard route.
It was just that lockdown coming on through, and now they are greeted and gifted with an opportunity onto Gamelord. It's only one member of Gamelord that has actually made that cross, that swim across to where Furious Gaming find themselves. I believe Gamelords are looking for a little bit of opportunity here to capitalize on that third party, but it's not going to be the case. Geek now also finding Furious Gaming, so all the pressure turning to Furious Gaming and Gamelords here on the edge as they are outside of the zone.
Oh, Gamelords actually managed to bring the fight onto land as Milos jumps up over the top with the huge flank, and that is Gamelord, 2 of them taken down. And, well, they've been swimming towards Furious Gaming when the zone actually has shifted the other way. So unfortunate for them. GK, down to Satan. Last one up. All he could hope for now is more placement points.
The problem with Satan's current position is Yusef will be moving on in from that southeastern portion. And Yusef was the determining factor for Ragnar. They took Ragnar out, so they know there are still some potential remnants of the GK team up ahead of them. They will hopefully be keeping their eyes trained on that horizon as they slowly but surely move on forward, and that could be a deterring factor. We'll have to wait and see if GK can take that further, if Satan can take that further. But in the meanwhile, the focus is on Furious Gaming rather, as they still have those 4 players left. FaZe, in the meanwhile, in center zone with the compounds.
It doesn't seem like anyone wants to make a hard breach into the compound either. And with the zone closing up so much, the closer these players get to that compound, the better the grass is going to be for them, because it gets harder to spot players to the grass close range rather than long range. FaZe, though, will still be able to spot players out on the ridge side. They get 1. IHC getting a strong knock onto the Geek Fam team. Yuhai should be able to get revived. Not fully yet in the circle, though, for Yuhai. So they're going to need to hustle a little bit to get that revive and then bring them into zone. But IHC is going to keep their backside clear pretty much because of that. I think everyone's going to get into the zone besides Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming and Game Lord. Or Game Lord's in zone, but Game Lord's going to be looking to gatekeep Furious Gaming here.
I mean, how the tables have turned. I mean, it was Game Lord taking the fight to Furious Gaming, suddenly getting that knock, getting that surprise. Once again, another surprise thanks to Trigger, but now down to 1 as Furious Gaming needs to push into Game Lord territory and potentially give a little bit over to GK as well. IHC in the meanwhile, can they take this? I mean, they have looked so much more clinical, so much more refreshed. But now they're up against not only FaZe, but the Geek Fam as well in this final zone.
Yeah, and Geek Fam, they have the zone on that flat ground, so they're going to be just raining in shots. IHC is going to lose all of their vehicles, so if they don't get the next zone, they better have a lot of smokes. Furious Gaming pushing in, and actually a knock does go through. Robs with the DBS. He's fishing. He gets one. There's one more fish to be had. Trigger. He's going to swim around. Drops a smoke right there. Yo, yeah, Robs needs to watch out for Satan here. Satan on the other side, trying to third party this. Now Satan's the one fishing for the 2 players. Robs goes back up to try and challenge to pop off a shot onto Triggs. Triggs now goes back up. It's Robs to take it in the end. And he does find cover from Satan. He will get back into the hard cover of things. And you can see him celebrating down there as well. That was a back and forth fight for sure. And Geek still getting knocked on by the side of IHC. IHC looked like they had the better positioning, but man, the shots are just connecting for them right now.
I feel like we've just completely gone the opposite way of these first 3 maps. All of a sudden, we're talking about IHC potentially taking out Geek Fam here. We're talking about FaZe Clan sitting so relaxed in the center zone with the very few compounds that are left they currently have full control of. And I mean, that engagement with Game Lords and Furious Gaming, I don't even know how to start breaking that down, other than the fact that this terrain is such a difficult mountain to climb, quite literally. Now FaZe Clan up here towards Geek Fam, and Geek, they are pushing in, trying to get themselves that hard cover.
Geek's going to be the aggressors here. They know if they remain out in the open once more, that is FaZe and IHC who has a beat on them. So they're going to get to the hard cover instead. Good play. They do have Rude out here providing supporting fire with that mini. So they do keep a player on the outside for the off-angle support. They don't want to stack all their eggs in one basket. And for good reason here, because Rude is getting some nice shots in with that mini. Very accurate long-range player there. And Geek actually opens up the fight with FaZe with the great grenade, like an isolated, not going to be able to get revived. Another grenade comes in and chunks him down to 60% health.
I mean, this reminds me of that Gatka hot drop that we had. So many players in the different buildings taking on that engagement and that small war of attrition that's happening. But IHC from the back line applying the pressure. This needs to happen. And again, the turns have tabled. Yusuf out in the water now. And Robs is going fishing. So many teams going fishing today, Zute.
Look at... Looks away at the exact wrong time. I was just going to say, look at how dominant he is, keeping eyes on the water the whole time. But the second he turns around, Yusuf comes up, and that's Falcon eliminated in 4th, but he will pick up that one fight. We're down to 4 teams, and GK still in the game.
Ooh, Alex, just that long hit coming through from Rude, who has been the thorn in their side as they're trying to move on in from the southeastern portion, and not a lot of options. Again, those compounds, that hard cover, it is in control of Geek Fam and FaZe. And they know their position is given away. They know they are exposed, so as soon as they make the move, it might go downhill for them. They need a little bit of chaos to happen in these compounds to give them that opportunity to quickly make a dash in.
Things are going to slow down a little bit here. I don't think any team is really going to move up too much. They're going to play for one more zone, but the last zone, it's pretty much going to just close down the middle. Most central part of the map is maybe the hard compounds. It might shift a little bit out towards the side of IHC into the grass. Geek is going to make the first play here, getting on top of the roof. Geek still has 3. Satan crawling in from the grass side. FaZe is going to go into the engagement. FaZe now down to 1. Geek about to take control of this hard cover compound. Zayol from distance is going to fire off some shots to slow things down for both teams. FaZe, oh, does he know? He isolates the 1v1. If FaZe could pick this one up, it'd be huge. But Rude will just win and take the 1v1 instead. Now that another team is out, you see IHC getting up through that chaos to just create a little more ground for himself. But now it's a 3v2v1. I don't think anyone really has realized Satan is still there on that southern side.
Satan become one with the grass, as we mentioned earlier. A very different situation this time around. If you're the last player for your team up against another 2 teams that you don't have information about, all you can really do is keep it safe, keep it clean, keep it quiet as they snake on forward. IHC used that chaos just to close a tiny parcel of the gap, but Satan will be caught on out, and now it's down to our last 2 teams. It's IHC and Geek Fam that are going to be bringing in the winner chicken dinner, but where will it go?
Both teams with heavy eliminations. Both teams fighting their way into this last circle, into military base. Geek with the upper hand. Geek's also got this rock to peek up and over and just spray the grass, just mow the grass pretty much at free will while maintaining some hard cover. Does Icy have the grenade though? The second Rude fires off those shots, a grenade should be raining his way if IHC have it. Nades instead will be raining in from Rude. That one's going to be very close to IC. He's forced to get up, reveals his position. Did Rude spot him out? Yuhai spot him out. Yeah, they're going to be spraying that grass, but I think IC's prone area just dips down just enough to make the shots difficult to be connected. Blue zone closing in. There's finally a nade back, but does not get the knock. Geek's so desperate to find an opening here. They know they're out there in the grass somewhere, and Rude actually goes down to play zone. I think he got tagged up, and then the play zone take them out. IC's not even going to go for the confirmation because his eyes are set for the prize. He doesn't want to reveal his position with the spray and give up the 2v2. Yuhai stuck behind the tree. That is a magnet for grenades. There's another one coming in. IC forced to peek out from behind the tree. Goes down. 1v2 situation. Zayol pops up, the sub player coming in. Goes for the confirmation. I don't know about that one, but it is a great game for IHC that they desperately needed. And Geek Fam, after slugging it out for 3 maps in a row, fighting their way in over and over and over again. Look at the relief on that player hugging the wall. I don't even think he knows what to do right now. He's just like, I need to hug something. It was tense for them. It was definitely tense. I think that was a buildup of 3 games in a row where they've been so close, or they've been fighting so hard, and finally they get rewarded with that chicken dinner.
A long time coming. 3 maps is a long time coming, but they've brought it home, picked up that winner chicken dinner, and Zayol for IHC made the world of difference. Again, maybe it was just the change of player, maybe it was the fact that Zayol has just been sitting and waiting for that opportunity to jump on in. Absolutely refreshed, brought that energy through, and IHC capitalized. They really were so close in making it a different point there. As if the zone just shifted in a slightly different manner, in a slightly different pacing, we could have been seeing an IHC winner chicken dinner, which has been long awaited as well. But Geek Fam, I have to give it up to them. They've been that consistent team today.
I think it's well-deserved Geek Fam took the win for that one, because Geek Fam was the one that decided to push the compound and take the risk, take the fight with FaZe. IHC also could have done the same, but you saw them use their vehicles as hard cover, parking them out in the field. So IHC essentially gave up the chicken in a sense, and it was Geek Fam who worked so hard who got the chicken dinner and the eliminations.
And now it's Geek Fam busting out the chicken dinner here to bust down the turkey from Geeking. But they still ended up in third place regardless. I will say this. IHC Esports. What happened there? What happened? I thought
beautiful.
They could have had it.
Beautiful,
I thought they could have had it there towards the end. But you know what? Actually, when I'm speaking of what happened, the real question is FaZe Clan. What happened?
Yeah.
Right, Seven?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, look, they rotated early. Credit to them, they rotated extremely early from Mill to Power, right? Seven, and they got themselves in a great position, but they didn't really do anything with it in terms of trying to control and manipulate the game. They just locked onto that compound. But then when a team crashed it, they didn't really do anything to really punish them for it. And that's something they're really going to look back on and kind of go, yeah, we messed up.
I'll be Imperium's translator. What he's trying to say is that FaZe Clan absolutely threw that win. That easy win that they would have
Yes,
had.
that's
And also,
yes.
on top of that, they didn't even take advantage of the position they had the whole time. Are you going to tell me if you're in the middle of the circle the whole time, you're only going to come out with one elimination? Not even try.
Yeah,
I know
exactly.
terrain is a big part of that last circle and those last couple circles, but you should at least try to. I
agree.
love how the team was spread out, but I felt like it was absolutely useless and they didn't use it to the actual potential that they could have used it.
We saw Icy in the head-to-head, but I think a big focus needs to be put on Zeol, right? The casters talked about it coming in for the side and genuinely helped to make a big impact on that performance, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, honestly, when I see FaZe Clan perform like that, it just reminds me of just a squad that just looks nervous, scared. You know, just saying, hey, we just want to stick right here, wait and see what happens, and hopefully put some points on the board. Hopefully we can see a little bit of a change of pace here coming up soon. Let's throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back. And just like that, we are back, everybody. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, here with the 7WG and Imperium brothers. This has been a pretty wild ride so far. We saw, Geek go absolutely nuts and get 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. And then Geek Fam get a chicken dinner in the last one. Of course, we got to give a big thank you to our sponsors, Sony. Sony with their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream. They were actually created in collaboration with professional esports players. Play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Alrighty then. Oof. And it's time, I think it's time to take a look at the overall rankings. Let's see where everybody stacks up here after 4 matches. GK still up on top. That lead is starting to get closed on because Geek Fam is coming up right behind them.
Just like that. And this is what I was talking about earlier when I was telling you hopefully that team doesn't get too comfortable with that 28-point lead that they had earlier, because anything can happen. It is just the first day. Geek Fam being able to close that gap in a big, big way. Something that we need to keep an eye off, though, is the gap that those 2 teams at the top are starting to create, and the teams in 3rd place all the way down to 8th place. They need to be keeping an eye on that. By the way, so far, GK has not finished above 3rd place. That is so impressive to me, Imperium.
Yeah. Wow. It is. It's so good. And even Furious Gaming as well, once again in that previous game, got themselves a decent result. IHC jumped up to kind of say, hey, we're here to kind of make a name. We have what it takes. couple of teams have been disappointed, and I mentioned the Xavier already, but Vivo Key, man, they've been kind of nowhere across the games. Their rotations have been sloppy, their engagements have been off kilter. They've lost players here, lost players there. We saw in game 1 when they pushed down the dip onto Furious. They can't make those mistakes, and unfortunately they made them more than one occasion.
And talking about disappointing teams, I mean, we kind of have to mention Besikta Esports as well, because right now they're currently in 14th place. This is a very strong team out of Turkey. Right now they're just not performing the way a lot of people expect them to.
When I was talking to Maxman before this, like he thought that the team would struggle, and kind of his thoughts have kind of come through, so you can blame him for the caster curse. But anyway,
Maxman doing his thing.
Classic Maxman.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a classic Maxman curse right there. Well, speaking of curses, let's take a look at Imperium's team to watch right here. We see IHC, Falcon, and Vivo Keed. Yeah, this sounds about right, Imperium.
Yeah, again, Vivo Kid already talked about them. Falcons on a similar level. The Saudi team just have been heavily overshadowed by their country counterparts in the form of GK. And IHC, again, good progression from the previous game. I was very impressed with how they held on to the eastern side of the military base. You got to follow it up, because you look at Reject, guys. They got a strong result, but they haven't followed it through with any kind of decent performances. You need to have a little bit of consistency in this kind of lobby.
I agree with you in regards to IHC, and I was impressed with the way they were able to perform on that bridge camp on the east, and they also picked the right time to rotate out of that, coming out with a lot of elimination points. I think it worked out perfectly, and I mean, for them to be able to finish off with the second place after all of that, it's even more impressive. Some of the other teams I was looking into, I mean, FaZe Clan, you heard me talk about it earlier. I felt like they could have done a lot more. They didn't. Hopefully they can improve from that, as we have seen GK do that from the first game.
Well, you know what? It's time for match numero 5. Let's take it on over to Miramar with our casters, Zute and S Proxy.
It is SSSS Proxy out here.
Proxy.
Out on the desk, man. We are having a grand time, especially seeing, Geek Fam finally getting a well-deserved chicken the whole entire time. This whole entire day, they've been impressing us, and it's great to see IHC on the comeback. And then, of course, GK, once again, in one of the craziest zone shifts we've seen on Erangel, getting up right in there and getting the placement points still in.
I am telling you, the fact is, that Erangel was hot. That Erangel was ridiculous. The terrain these teams had to work with.
Our 5th match of the day. Our 5th match. We're almost closing in on the final game. And I think, so far, we've seen some dominant teams that have constantly been up there in the top of the leaderboards. And then some teams just been constantly struggling so far.
No, it's been difficult. It's been difficult. I think I hit my mic mute there as well, so don't worry.
Okay.
I made it difficult for you already, I gotta keep you on your toes, man. It's because you flexed that ice cream on the break.
Yeah.
I had to get you back one way or another. But we're starting off with a very interesting Miramar. Like I was trying to allude to, that Erangel was absolutely stacked. The terrain that we brought into that final zone was ridiculous. I mean, we were talking about it, shooting fish in a barrel. I mean, team after team was just unfortunately one way or another falling victim to that crazy final zone. And now over towards Miramar, the opportunities are boundless when we talk about crazy terrain. We started off with that very difficult terrain over towards Impala and Puerto Pareso. Now, where's that question? Where's that zone gonna go? And are we still gonna see these hot drops coming on through?
Oh, we are. It's IHC back at it again with another hot drop, this time against a different team, this time with Genesis Dogma Gids here. We saw IHC. They were the aggressors last time on the hot drop, but took a little bit long this time around. Genesis Dogma Gids is going to open up the fight and get a quick isolation and confirmation onto Demo. Daybot there with the opening. IHC, are they going to stay here and fight, or are they going to start to retreat and back out? It looks like they are backing up a little bit here. Do they have a vehicle for an escape, however? And how aggressive is Genesis Dogma Gids here going to be now that they have the advantage?
I feel like we're looking at two very different question marks here. IHC now with the addition of Ziol, we know what happened earlier on Murmur, but this time maybe they'll have that different energy. And now they're going up against Genesis. They can't take that time that they did with Bashika. Now they need to bring in the action. Genesis, they're holding the high line, and we're getting some good information now. But will they make use of it? Will they take that push on in? IC already trying to isolate some 1v1s, yet get some knocks moving up so that IHC have an ability to take on the rest of the team.
It doesn't seem like IHC is going to go for a full disengage, which is good. Because usually the second you start disengaging extremely quickly, the other team could kind of sniff it out and then apply the pressure and probably catch another player in the back. Instead, they're going to put out some pressure to slow things down, to let Genesis know, hey, we're not just going to roll over and die, essentially. We're going to fight back a little bit, which might give IHC an opening to retreat or press engagement. And it looks like instead, IHC, with the addition of Ziol, like you said, they're going to lead the charge, and it is Ziol in the front leading the pack.
Safety and numbers regrouping with this 2-2 split that Genesis are bringing to the action. IHC, they need to be very, very careful in the decisions they're going to bring forward here. Again, trying to isolate something, trying to find that opening, and Genesis scrambling, making sure they're not giving them any sort of openings here, any opportunity to pick that first elimination, to pick that first knock.
I think they are leaving Booms a little bit isolated. I know Daybot has some sort of sightline through those windows. But yeah, so good job by Booms playing solo in a sense. Just keep backing up into the sightlines of his teams. But I feel like his teammates could get a little bit closer. They hear all three footsteps, surely, and know all of IHC is at this compound. You don't need two players in the back with support line angles onto a compound. There's not much support lines to be had, honestly. And I feel like Booms is kind of left out to dry here. Booms have to play extremely cautious and play on the outsides for sure. Genesis is just gonna maybe hope for IHC to make a mistake, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. They're just leaving Booms out to dry there pretty much. And Genesis still not moving any closer. They're staying so far away. I'm not sure why Genesis is playing so scared. Might be able to pick a knock up here. Booms will be able to crawl back to safety, fortunately for Genesis, to get a revive.
I mean, we were talking about it. It's supposed to be a polar opposite of what we saw with IHC versus Besiktas earlier, but now Genesis seems to have stepped into the shoes of Besiktas in that earlier engagement. They're not bringing in that closing. They're not grouping up. They're not allowing their players to have the necessary backup to bring that full force and capitalize on the numbers advantage they currently have. They've already lost that. Booms is down, knocked on out. It's a 3v3, and the angles that they're working with here are not really going to help them in this engagement. I'd see they've taken a hold of this building. Now they're just waiting for some more information. Where are the rest of the teams at? Where are the rest of the players? And boom, there it is. Another one to the tally.
That was Ziol too, with that knock right there pretty much is going to guarantee them, not guarantee them the fight, but that was huge. They stopped the revive and picked up another knock. That was a changing point right there. And Genesis is playing this so terribly right now. It could still go in their favor, of course. 2v3 could swing either way still, but it was a 4v3 with all of IHC stuck in one compound and nobody from Genesis really coming out to crunch them in. They will get that revive, take it back to a 3v3, but Genesis is making this so much harder for them than it needs to be, I think.
Icy, still out and alone. I mean, there's an opportunity to get that knock back onto Icy. They have that information from that earlier opportunity. Daybot just able to potentially peek on out, maybe get that peek, but now Ziol, with the added time that Genesis is giving them, is looking for a flanking opportunity, is looking to take that high-rise angle away from Genesis. And again, it's like an isolation versus isolation strategy here, but IHC, they're closer knit. They have that opportunity to crossfire if needs be.
I think IHC might be starting to think about disengaging. They realize just how slow Genesis is playing. And honestly, that knock out of the car was rather on the lucky side. So I think with IHC picking up 1 point after losing one player, it's like fair trade almost, right? Like if you guys are going to be playing this slow and not giving us the fight, we'll take our 1 point, we'll take back what you took from us, and we're going to play the rest of the game now. Because the circle is far north, they need loot. This is not a 4v4 game. as much as they would maybe like it to be to continue fighting this out, but there is 60 plus other players to still contend with. So it should be a disengage from both teams if neither team really wants to commit once again to a full-out engagement.
It's also for IHC making sure that they don't make the same mistake that they did on the previous Miramar. We saw what happened when they took that late rotation last time, and it ended up in basically IC taking a swim for the rest of Miramar trying to get some placements, but they don't want that to happen again. They've already had such a good start on Erangel. Don't let it end here. Let that rain continue, disengage, move on into the zone, and then we could be seeing once again a completely different IHC, which is what we've been waiting for.
I do agree with that one. Yeah, IC has backed off, and so has Zio. Alex is just here to get info, to like assert some sort of presence, right? Like I said earlier, if all three of them just retreat straight, that could be Genesis, looking to, stab him in the back. So a staggered retreat out of IHC. Meanwhile, the rest of the game, it's still continuing. Everyone else is rotating into, a central circle. Water treatment's pretty much smack in the center. So a lot of different elevations to work with here. Genesis Dogma still here, spots one player disengaging. I think he still hears the other player below him, right? So Genesis also doing the same, leaving one player in for support or to get info. And Zio's here actually trying to get a sneaky angle. He's waiting for that player to step up to shoot his teammate that's leaving, and they could get a knockback. Next circle shifts, and it centers right onto water treatment.
Oh, what a contentious southern portion of the zone. I mean, all of the teams moving on in thanks to that flight path earlier on, and it just means there is going to be a very cramped approach for these teams, especially moving on into that Hacienda del Patron, or more towards that eastern portion, just on the other side of water treatment. So now, the question here for IHC and Genesis. Again, one member of Genesis has been left pretty much to their own devices, while the rest are moving on in for the rotation completely. I mean, they're right around the side of the zone, so I don't know if they've just left this player out to dry. Maybe they get an elimination. At the very least, they are doing a great job of delaying IHC.
I'm so confused as to what Genesis Dogma is doing. That was the most...
That's weird.
That's just bad. I'm going to go right out and say it. The way they played the entire scenario there was bad. They lose a player to leaving him stranded. That player didn't have much impact, to be honest, into, the rest of IHC. Like, sure, you're stalling out a team, but you're not getting points. You're delaying this team, but you're not picking up the points on them, and you have 14 other teams ahead of you. Now you're going in with 2 players. When it was a 4v3 and they had IHC pretty much completely surrounded, so... Genesis Dogma, I feel like in terms of hot drops, they're not a team that should be looking to hot drop. And to be fair, I don't think they were expecting a hot drop because IHC, this is the first time we've seen IHC drop there. So they were just unfortunate enough to, end up locking horns with that team.
Yeah, I mean, a surprise neighbor in your neighborhood, moving on in with that action and now suddenly having to adapt to that whole scenario, and obviously being very cautious of the fact that, if you do make that engagement, if you do push on out, you will potentially be taken on out. But I agree with you. The timing, the pacing at which they took that engagement, I feel like could have been a lot better. There were a few opportunities. They had some great line of sights in the beginning. I mean, with IHC, remember, they were in a different compound.
Yeah.
They had to move on up into that specific compound to regroup. They were initially quite isolated. So if there was a transitional moment just for Genesis to just peek on in, maybe do some damage, then it could have been a different discussion, but it's okay. It is the first day, the second Miramar. Hopefully we don't see that continuing for the rest of the days, but what is great to see, hopefully IHC will use this as an opportunity to fix their mistakes and not let them happen again.
Yeah, IHC also, they try to take the fight. They try to finish it out quickly, so they made the attempt, but they're also caught in the blue now, deep in the blue, still yet to rotate. And every other team pretty much in zone. We have Furious Gaming here taking the high ground on the northwestern edge side. Next zone pretty much doesn't really go anywhere because everyone's already in the zone. A few more teams edging in. That was probably, ready to fight their way in. Regardless, that is exactly what they're going to do now. DXavier on the northwestern side. FaZe on the southwestern side. Rejects driving in through water treatment. This is occupied already. And yeah, Rage is going to get crossfire from both angles. Another team rotating in. It's Tem Entertainment taking the big square compound down there. Good spot, honestly. Gives them a nice exit way out if the circle shifts off of them, and creates a nice buffer zone. RC, though, Rejects is fighting back. One of them will go down. Train to Kill also has to worry about the teams way up in the high grounds. It's Geek Fam looking down into water treatment, too.
Oh, I mean, the stakes are so high at this point in time for Train to Kill and for Rejects. Both of these teams looking to just re-establish themselves. I mean, if you look on the overall standings, they're so close. It is actually ridiculous. Rejects will move up just a tad. But again, Train to Kill, they must not get tunnel visioned here. They need to understand there's a lot of teams in the vicinity. If they expose themselves too much, if they spend too much time, they could actually put themselves on a back foot.
They go fast and hard, though. All three crunching in quickly to take care of that last Reject player. They'll manage to keep 3 up. They lose control of the prime position in water treatment, I have to say, which is where Tem Entertainment now holds with 4, looking very strong. Circle-wise, though, all of them in that water treatment area is pretty central, so they'll probably end up sharing, if anything. We do have NSR here on the southeast trying to make some things happen. This team has been extremely quiet coming out of South Korea. NSR with only 6 points over the course of 4 games so far.
It's bizarre. It is a very bizarre day that we've had so far, not just with regards to the zones, not just with regards to these crazy hot drops that we keep getting treated to, but also just the teams that we're expecting to step on up. They're a bit quiet, but now this engagement with Falcons might be the stepping grounds, might be the proving grounds here for Nongshim Red Force to move on in and to get themselves a good start. The first one is going to be up to Mark. Gets the trade, though, looks for the second, does enough damage, nearly gets that second knock, but will go down, and now the rest of Falcons, they need to recover, hopefully with a res onto Yusuf.
2v3 situation. Now down to a 3v1. Nades come in for added pressure, and now it's Never alone, looking pretty alone here by himself against the 3. He steps back into the Molotov and actually will go down. Satan on the pressure, on the chase. They can take this slow, get the revive, and then pressure that player. Yep. Nongshim Red is going to do the safe play right there. And IHC, from deep inside the blue, finds himself on the high ground, on the edge. However, next zone will be shifting, and it does basically close a little bit more center. So not much further. A lot of these teams have to go. Furious Gaming on the northern side, trying to fight for these shacks against a D Xavier.
Opportunities lying in wait here. D Xavier looking to step on up just the way that our analysts have been asking for, have been begging them to. Falcons, in the meanwhile, have gone down to that Nongshim Red Force that absolutely paved their way through. But look at this. Furious Gaming losing player after player. Frankie not letting up under pressure.
Yeah, with one of D Xavier setting, the forward position, the info can be passed out, which little shacks to look out for, which sightlines, to give him cover. So Lamborghini here can do his magic, even though he is a solo at these shacks. And this is the next area that they want to move into. 4 a.m. though, from the high ground, finds a slim angle onto Lamborghini, and will get the confirmation as well. IHC now taking the fight to Nongshim Red. IHC, they wanted to fight way earlier. They weren't getting it. Now they're going to take it once again to a different team, that of Nongshim Red. And I think Nongshim, they're forced to fight this because IHC, they're pushing away from the zone into this fight for the points. This is prime IHC gaming here.
Third parties all around. IHC being the next one up on the block, down to only one Nongshim Red Force player who is putting up a fight, trying to make them stand up and trying to let the Red Force name continue, but it will not be the case. IHC, this is what we've been waiting for from them, coming through from that southeastern portion, and like you said, what a rotation they had to take. But we also mentioned the third parties, 4 Angry Men being the first third party we've seen so far in such a short time. Now the turnaround is here. D Xavier turning their attention to 4 Angry Men. Will they disengage? Does look like they'll back off just a bit. But back to Furious Gaming they go.
I like the attempt on trying to overtake 4AM by D Xavier. They realized, you know, when their player went down in the low ground, that is not the prime position. So they try to get the prime position, but the defense was too good. Now they're forced back into the shacks to fight for it against Fierce Gaming. Milovan, last one up, and the support fire from long range once again out of Frankie with the mini. Looking good, looking strong. D Xavier down to 2, and they will be playing from the low ground. 4AM control pretty much the entire north side of the mountain ridge. The only team contesting them potentially, well, which other better team to do it than Geek Fam?
Coming on in, it is it is what we've been wanting. The team v team action, really to see what Geek Fam, what 4 Angry Men will be bringing to the stage. Geek Fam so clinical in these last few days, just off of the momentum of getting that winner chicken dinner after so many games. But now up against 4 Angry Men. 4 Angry Men down to only 2, Zute. So maybe that disengagement has to come through. Maybe they need to prioritize getting themselves away from this action.
Yeah, Geek Fam getting the best of 4AM here. Both teams play from the edge. At least traditionally, that's how 4AM used to play. I don't know if they've changed up their strategy. We saw in Game 1, Erangel, they went for heavy rotation and got the chicken well rewarded. But here, once again, they find themselves on the edge against probably the strongest edge team we've seen so far for this week. That in the likes of Geek Fam. FaZe taking a fight with Genesis Dogma. Genesis Dogma, I mean, they lost so many players just, you know, slowly rotating in here. Now they have a 4-man team of FaZe to contend with.
And the crux of the issue here for 4AM is they're chasing after Geek Fam on the overall standings. It's Geek that are up ahead of them. It is Geek that is their goal. And now, well, turning back around from 2nd to 3rd place, Geek Fam are looking to take 4AM out almost completely as they go down to only 1 remaining hopeful here. Savan having to take that rotation on in. Hopefully, will be able to navigate it because as we know, Zute, on the edge of these zones, it is absolutely stacked to the brim with teams.
There's some nice shacks that he could use. Oh, nope, never mind. As 4AM eliminated from a huge Game 1 chicken dinner to some pretty subpar performances out of 4AM. Definitely a lot of, you know, viewers, fans looking to see 4AM back in the PMGC, hoping they pop off. I mean, they're still doing well overall in the sense of points compared to everyone else, but it's a huge drop-off from that momentum that we were expecting after they got the chicken in the very first game.
Absolutely. But we'll have to wait and see. There is still that opportunity to turn it around. On here onto Miramar, however, Game Lords, again, they had a tough time there on Erangel. We saw that terrain. They somehow managed to turn it around against Furious Gaming, but then eventually got knocked down there by Falcons in those last one moment that you look away, bam, there it all ends. Well, Game Lords now up here against potentially IHC, moving on in from that southern portion. They have the compounds, and for the time being, they have the zone. So might just be laying low for the time being, waiting it out, and really seeing what they're going to be forced into. Will they have to take that fight against IHC, or will they just be able to contain IHC out of that next phase?
Seems like everyone's just waiting for the next circle to see what to do. It's a huge divide. I mean, the center of zone is just that road with no cover. There's a shack that is still open, but no one wants to just default to the shack just yet. Not in case, you know, they get that zone bless on the edge side. Meanwhile, we do have GK here with 4 controlling the northwest. They do have a team in front of them, that of Vivo Keed, but Vivo Keed, you know, playing a little bit more quiet. Satan getting shot at long range is going to fall back into cover.
What's interesting also for GK Esports is that Geek Fam is still up and at 'em. And now Geek Fam has just found D Xavier, picking up at least 1 with an immediate clapback here from Vivo Keed. Might mean that we can see some sort of a change. D Xavier will go out, and Vivo Keed still keeping their eyes trained on that position, maybe to see if they can pick something up. Same can be said here for GK Esports. If they manage to take Geek Fam out, that is their last biggest competitor. That is the last team that is the closest to closing that gap and taking pole position.
On the southern side, Circle shifts, and IHC, well, they were ready to do this. They were just waiting to see what the Circle does. They go aggressive. It's a 3v4. Alex is down first, making this a 2v4. Now the trade does come through, but the rest of Game Lord, they should be coming in here quick to get the trades, to get the support in. They knocked 2, only 1 up for the likes of IHC. They might be able to get the revive, but I don't think Alex could get a first aid off in time. Surrounded from both sides. Nice push from Game Lords. They should come out on top. They already picked up 1. Down to 1 more. Alex will get a trade right back, but 1 HP. He never got that first aid off and get it sprayed down. Good defense out of Game Lord. Losing only 1 player might have been able to prevent that, but still, they control the dominant position and take down the 3 players of IHC.
Viva Keed now looking here towards GK Esports, who have moved on into their terrain and are looking to take full control of this side before they even think about all of the other teams like FaZe Clan who are in the vicinity. That first hit onto Vincella goes through, and now the last 2 remaining members from Viva Keed have to scramble to make it happen here. Adrian and Diego trying to close that gap, can't find the connection onto Gabe. And unfortunately, that is going to give GK Esports the timing they need. Gate down to the 1v2, and Adrian will clutch it on out for Viva Keed. But, I mean, by the skin of their teeth.
That was a very close one. That came down to that 1v1. Only a couple shots difference of HP. Viva Keed will finally stop the likes of GK. GK had 4 amazing games in a row, and honestly this 5th game not too bad. 1 elimination and a few placement points. Could be worse on the other side of the thing. Besiktas, this is a team that has been extremely quiet, a team that has PMGC experience, if I'm not mistaken, and they're in 14th place, but they have 4 players up, picked up 2 eliminations in an okay position. They do have to worry about Game Lord there on the top. But Game Lord, they only have 2 players, so not as a strong opposing force as, you know, they were only a few circles ago when they had 4.
Still definitely very interesting times here, because we've got Besiktas up with 4, we've got Tem Entertainment up with 4 as well. And I mean, the position that we talk about, Tem Entertainment, they had that controlling point there over on towards water treatment, and now already 1 knocked now thanks to Besiktas. So our only 2 teams that have 4 players seem to be finding one another. That is spelling a beautiful opportunity now for the rest of the teams. It's going to be Tem Entertainment to take out potentially Besiktas, or will they stand up against them?
Tem Entertainment has to worry about Train to Kill also, though, on the northern side. There is some sidelines. If they want to make this push, they need to get over the top quickly and push in before they get third-partied. It seems like Train to Kill is more worried, though, about their northern side and playing more quiet. They could be looking to get some opportunities here, but I think Train to Kill, they're just going to be passive. Game Lord on the northern side, trying to fire in, trying to find some knocks, some additional points onto Besiktas. Game Lord with the edge of circle as well as the high ground, still in zone.
They've moved on in. They've also sent at least 1 player out a little bit closer, so it does mean that the only 2 players left from Game Lord are isolated, but right now it's just about applying pressure. Beautiful nade from Train to Kill over on towards that Tem Entertainment line of sight, but now Jane trying to close it up, trying to get that confirmation, and they will do so. So Tem Entertainment do go down to 3, but again, looking out for these stragglers in the zone, looking out for these stragglers on the horizon, trying to close up that gap, and yet no one really firmly standing in the zone. I mean, we've got Train to Kill just on the edge, just on the cusp of doing so, and Game Lords on the other side doing exactly the same.
Byoki going for the shack. Does manage to make it in. Oh, just as I say that, gets caught by a stray bullet and will get knocked. Vivo Keed down to 2, not in the zone. Same could be said for everyone else, though. Everyone's just trying to slowly make their way in. No one wants to move in just yet, as there's like pretty much no hard cover. Train to Kill now finally taking the shots towards Tem Entertainment. And it's an all-out brawl. 360 around the circle. Everyone's fighting everyone. Just trying to make their way in. Tem Entertainment might be the next team to go out from the blue zone. He's got to get in that buggy and make a mad dash of things. Besiktas fires back some shots. Will force him to turn the back around into Train to Kill. And I think Train to Kill will finish that one. Vivo Keed, last player up. Running into the open. Goes from behind a palm tree. I think Geek Bam a little bit more focus on trying to get into zone here. He's going to get a confirmation onto 1. Almost that revive came through. And on the north side, it is Tem Entertainment. The fighting just does not stop.
Train to Kill still moving on in. Viva Keed will get confirmed out as Geek Fam turn it around. Again, they have been so consistent. They are looking for another winner chicken dinner. But what an obstacle they have to overcome in the form of Besiktas, who've moved on in with all 4 of their players. The only team to make that happen. With only 3 eliminations, though, they need to start getting those hits in. Already Geek finding one into Besiktas, an immediate confirmation as well. So this is not looking too good. All those teams moving on in from the edge of the zone. The play zone just going to be an absolute thorn in their side.
Yeah, players trying to provide covering fire and then getting third party instantly, and then vice versa, back and forth. Geek fam not in the next zone in that shack, so they have to move out of the shack. Besiktas in zone, but in a terrible spot to get pelted by everyone else. Game Lord also over the top can come in with a very disgusting third-party angle, and he will have to do so soon as he is also not in the zone. It is tough for everyone out here, regardless if you have the zone or not.
I mean, you want to talk about this final zone, talk about the valley of danger. No one wants to move on in. Besiktas, especially Sassy, out in the open, but what can you do? There's no cover to work with. Now as another knock comes on in, will Besiktas be able to get that res on up, or will Geekfam finally be able to put some nails in the coffin?
Shots landing back and forth. They will get that confirmation. Now Train to Kill going to make their move. They actually have a nice little ridge line side here, so actually they will find the best position in the map. Safe from Besiktas and a good angle onto the Geek Fam players who do not have the circle. If that shack is in the edge of circle, it definitely will not be on the next zone, and no, they will have to move out. Moving out wide into the open, zigzags back and forth, and that is Train to Kill, where their sightlines train on that shack. Geek Fam will go out. Now we're down to the 2 teams. Train to Kill, 3v2. They've been shooting at this Besiktas team the entirety of the last 5 to 6 minutes. They have a great idea of exactly what they have to do to get this chicken.
I mean, Besiktas, if you want to talk about the cover that they have to work with, Peace is just the bait right now, trying to provide some opportunity for Sun HP to close that distance to Train to Kill, and does actually manage to find one. If they can turn this around, if Sun can pick up now, get the other elimination, it could be the final here for Besiktas.
It's the 1v1. Peace running in the open. Soundhouse is going to get the HP back up, though, with the first aid kit. He has the time to do so. Great shots blocked by Sun HP, eating those bullets. Those bullets would have got Peace down to 1, if not confirmed him. And now Train to Kill should do the same. He should send both of his teammates down. Actually, sending one for info, that's smart, and the other one getting the revive. The blue zone closing in though. He can't even get the revive, but using his teammates as bait, trying to soak up the bullets. It is not enough. It is actually Besiktas with that amazing 2v3 from the low ground, from all the disadvantages possible. The disadvantage in the position, the disadvantage in the manpower, but it is Besiktas coming out on top. They weathered the storm. They were the first 4-man team into that deep trench, that gully, and you saw how many teams were all shooting at them the whole time, but they stayed alive and they managed to close it out for the chicken dinner.
You want to talk about clinical? Having your knocked teammates save you from literally getting eliminated in a one-on-one, providing you that time to close the gap and then win it out? Besiktas, my goodness, I think our analysts would absolutely be losing their minds if they have been asking for Besiktas to bring that action, to bring that momentum. This was the map to make it happen.
Yeah, I was saying Besiktas has been really quiet. This team with a lot of experience. They were 14th place overall, and it's a good time to get a chicken dinner in. They still got one more match left to go to close that gap, to shoot up in the leaderboards. But if anything, this is a great confidence booster for not just the last match, but going into the next couple of days. If you have a bad turnout on the first day, especially when you're experienced, it's hard to climb back up.
It hurts. It hurts the momentum, but now they have that opportunity just to change things around, and they need to continue that into the next.
Yeah, so Besiktas with the comeback, they are essentially revived into this fight. Which other teams are looking to do so? We have one match left to go.
That game was sick! Oh my goodness! Piecing them up right there at the end. Besiktas Esports finally put some big points on the board. Could you ask for a better ending than that? You can't. That's the answer.
Jukes. It is grade A example of what you mentioned at the start of the broadcast. Clutch factor. Sandesh hesitated. He went for the revive as the blue zone was coming in. You can't give a player like Peace or any pro player that can clutch factor that kind of space.
You really can. And I mean, Geek Fam, though, continues to perform so well, even though they... What? 4 eliminations out of Snipes. 4 eliminations out of Micah, and I know you were getting hype. And then you also have another player that we really haven't seen here in the top performers, Damn Rude, being able to put up 4 eliminations himself as well. Yeah, they might have not been able to get the win, but wow, what a performance out of them. And for T2K, how are you going to allow Besiktas to get that close to you? You mentioned it perfectly, the clutch factor.
However, despite throwing away a chicken dinner, T2K have been on a progressive streak throughout the 5 games, and they've now got themselves up into 3rd place overall. That certainly deserves to be credited. But if you're going to stay in the top 3, you need to be able to clutch out those games. You need to be able to grab those chickens.
And you need to start grabbing a lot more eliminations. You saw it there. I mean, 19 eliminations for that team total, when some of the other teams, I mean, even Reject, currently in 9th, they have 19. Vivo Keed currently at 18. By the way, I gotta give mad props to Vivo Keed because they have one of their best matches right there in that Miramar, being able to push up themselves to 11th. And I know you're gonna be happy about this one, Imperium. Game Lore pushing up to 10th place with 30 points.
Yeah, I was gonna leave it because they're on my team to watch coming into the last game of the day. But they've done everything right. They haven't had massive blunders. They haven't made any wild mistakes. They understand that they're in a lobby where they are the massive underdogs and they can't overextend their location, their presence, and they stayed under the radar, and they've gotten some pretty hefty results. Taking out IHC down on the south edge of the circle was a pretty strong team engagement.
I mean, for me, it's pretty crazy to see Besiktas just jump that far on the leaderboards.
I know.
They have had a rough day today. And then, boom, they bust out 23 points. And then finally, we see them on the first page. That was by far the majority of all their points was just in that one. There's still one more left to go in Airgale. Here are the drop locations for all the squads. You can see, and, you know, we haven't seen any hot drops in here so far. And I don't really expect to see any of them here in this match 7.
Something that I am going to be looking at is 4 Angry Men. So far in the previous 2 matches from Erangel, we've seen 4 Angry Men. In the first Erangel match, we saw one of the players getting knocked in super early on. And then on the second match of Erangel, we saw actually them losing one of their players. I can't remember on the top of my head who it was, but it's just pretty, it was Reject. Thank you for reminding me. It's starting to become a pattern, and they got to break that pattern, especially if they want to start performing really well, especially if they want to maintain themselves there towards the top of the leaderboard. Right now, they're currently in 4th place. Right now, they're out of that 3rd spot. 4 Angry Men needs to switch up whatever they're currently doing in Erangel.
Hey,
we can
I'll tell you this. Hold on real quick, Imperium, all right? Speaking of patterns, okay, there's been a pattern of circle toxicity so far here in this group, all right? So I want to know, I'm going to ask you, Imperium, right? Before we go to your players to watch, where is this zone going here in the last one?
Pachinki.
Dead center. Okay. 7?
Why not, man?
I want toxicity. Give me that military circle again, please. That was amazing.
Oh, no. No, my goodness. A classic 7 right there. I'll go with Zarky. I've never seen it. I've only seen it once in my whole career. I want to see it one more time, baby. I'll keep begging for Zarky until the day I die. 7, break down your teams to watch.
I mean, Vivo Keys, you heard me talking about them earlier. They were able to put up 6 eliminations. They were also able to take the fight between Geekfam and Missiles, which was super impressive. I was not expecting that. Hopefully, it's going to be a bit of a confidence boost for this team. It is going to be a bit of a turnaround. Now they are within the top 11. Maybe that will spark them up even more with the performances that we have seen out of them before. DJ Savior, I mean, I picked them because they are heavily underperforming. I don't know what's currently going on with this team, but it's giving me the vibes of the Infinity that we saw in the first week of PMGC, and that's something I definitely don't want to be seeing here. And with Rejects, I mean, we really haven't seen them since they got that chicken dinner. This team started off super slow. They got the chicken dinner. We kind of celebrated a little bit, and then all of a sudden, they absolutely disappear.
Yeah, you're bang on with that. Could have hit the nail on the head anymore in that regard. Tem Entertainment for me, look, I love an underdog story. We've seen the rise of T2K, we've seen the rise of Besiktas, especially. Now I want to see Tem Entertainment entertain us with a strong result. End the day on a high note, boys.
Hey, let's do it. Let's get it going here. Final match here of day number 1 of Group Yellow. Let's take it on over to our casters.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. Well, we saw last game, even if you're deep in the lower half of the leaderboards, you can get it done. Besiktas just proved that to us. Tem Entertainment, they can look to do the same, or for any of the other teams on the lower half. This is the last match for the day to do it, and if I've seen anything happen so far in the PMGC is that it's going to be a roller coaster ride. We might see something unexpected on this very last match.
I mean, it came down to just the fact that Besiktas finally brought in that synergy that we've been lacking. I mean, we know that they've got that individual prowess. We saw that 1v4 with Enjoy at the very start of the day, but we just needed that team, commitment. We needed that team synergy to bring it home, to bring it into a winner-winner chicken dinner, placement. So now that question gets posed to every other team. What have they been lacking? What can they bring in this last map to not only give them their best possible footing into tomorrow, but also to just up that momentum, get them ready for the next day, because they still have a lot of maps to go through. They need to sustain themselves in, but it's going to come down to the last wrangle of the day to see who is going to be picking up the winner-winner chicken dinner for the last time today.
And we are starting off this Erangel with, once again, a very southern plane path. Same one from the southwest up a little bit to the northeast, but very southern. Might see some drop clashes due to this plane path. At least during rotation, we might see some, potential engagement. Teams dropping for vehicles in the same area. Try and make it up to the northern side. And the circle, well, we already had a military base out of the 2 games of Erangel. This one could get tricky as well.
Again, we had that crazy zone on Erangel, and you know what that flight path looked like?
Yeah.
Very similar to this one. Very similar.
Yep. Yeah, you asked the question, will the circle complement the flight path in that game? Well, it certainly did. This one, however, teams should hope that it doesn't complement the flight path. They wanted to go far away from the southern side as possible. 4 a.m. will drop towards that military base uncontested here, so they'll be able to get a good fair amount of loot, and the circle should be popping up anytime soon. Now IHC also going down towards the Novo side, so that is just pretty much where they will loot for these southern plane paths, and the circle will go up opposite, up to the north. A little bit of a 50-50 between the northern half and the middle parts of Erangel. Bit favoring the north though. It should be a good circle for everyone, though. Teams in the south could take their time to loot, do some wrapping rotations, a lot of different entryways up into this zone. And so far, I'm looking at the minimap, doesn't look like any hard drop clashes happening. Might see some things happen on rotation, but other than that, teams should be okay.
That is going to be the hope, yeah. And again, such a northern rotation from such a southern flight path. So it is going to be interesting the way in which these teams do take those rotations. Hopefully, I do hope that they do take those wrapping rotations. We already do see Falcons, just spotting out a little bit of GK action. Imagine though, if that did hit.
Look at that player cam. He's got like a slight smile on, from what I could tell. In the back of my mind, he's like, imagine if I hit this.
Dude, clip it right now.
Yeah. But that is the Falcons team. No connection for them. And the team they were taking, would you even say shots at? I guess you could
Arrows?
consider it a shot. Taking arrows at. It is GK. GK will just be disengaging to loot Rozek. If not, travel up further north to loot Severny, because that'd be a pretty decent idea too. Why loot in Rozek when you could get further into the zone, isolate yourself from everyone else, and just have a good priority over the circle. We see over here. The Vivo Key team, uncontested. 4AM usually loots around here, but 4AM has decided instead to go to military base due to that flight path. So Vivo Key should be able to also get a nice rotation and nobody in front of them to get into this circle where usually 4AM is in front of them.
And I mean, we were talking about it, some of the first teams to take through into that Severny, that northern portion of the zone that for now is, relatively uncontested. When we were looking at the drop sites, we were thinking, okay, that should be trained to kill because that, they love that shooting range to Severny drop site. They love taking that rotation and bam, here they are taking a rotation right alongside GK Esports, trying to head up into Severny. GK, of course, now just backing on up. Maybe they might, head a little bit more towards that western side shooting range, maybe even North George. But there's still so much space available so that if trained to kill once again find themselves in the north, they might be in a prime position for the later zones.
Yeah, GK, I feel like playing a little bit way too scared. I mean, they see one car driving in. It is still sub 5 minutes. There's so much open ground still up in the north that they could have, just found a spot to play. And if they were looking for loot, there's still shooting range. There's still Severny. Maybe they think a team is looting Severny. But even then, there's some strong compounds with decent loot. So I feel like GK somewhat missing out on an opportunity, but hey, who knows? This circle, it could pull back down to the south, putting GK in once again a wonderful position. Speaking about GK, take a look at the leaderboards, right? Geek Fam in first place. GK, 2 chickens. Geek Fam, only 1. But Geek Fam, massive eliminations, game in, game out. Very, very consistent. And GK also super consistent, but it just goes to show Geek Fam with their massive dominance and elimination points the past 5 games will put them ahead of the team with consistent games and 2 chicken dinners.
And I mean, their placements game after game after game in, we find them in like top 3, top 4, top 5. Like they're sitting in such good opportunities. They've been so close to taking the winner chicken dinner. I mean, a ridiculous amount of times, if I'll be honest with you. So it makes sense that consistency is finally starting to bear fruit. It is only 8 points of fruit, if you want to talk it that way. So GK, they still have that opportunity to close the gap, but we mentioned earlier on in the stream that we were thinking that there's going to be that gap that's going to be formed from the top spots into the lower spots. We're going to be starting to see a mountain that these teams are going to have to climb because of that experience factor, because of that confidence factor. And GK and Geek Fam, I mean, they have been consistent. They have been just bunkering down and doing what they know they had to get to this point.
Yeah, like a 30-point difference between second and third. That's a pretty massive gap, in my opinion. And GK, it doesn't look like they're going to be letting up anytime soon. They might have one bad game, but even then, they'll get those placement points in because we've seen them do that before, right? And then Geek Fam, sure, they might go out early because they're fighting so much, but if they do that every single game, more often times than not, they're picking up elimination points and fighting their way in. So these 2 teams are very hopeful, but once again, it is only day 1. From day 1 to day 2, a lot can change, and it has changed every single week so far in the PMGC. Teams start stepping up, teams start dropping down for whatever reason, and Geek Fam, I like it. A little cheeky bridge camp being set up onto 4 AM.
We saw them do that in that crazy Erangel zone. They were one of the first teams to find themselves here, to find themselves set up. And then, I mean, it was chaos. We had Viva Keyed here. We had 4 angry men coming through. So they have that expectation that there's going to be something moving on in from that military base island. Because of that crazy flight path, I don't blame any team for wanting to make that gamble that it was going to be military base. Because, again, we've just had such a crazy southern Erangel. Why not again? Maybe. But now, for Angry Men, they're going to have to fight their way through on this western bridge, while on the eastern bridge, IHC, they have a clean pathing into mainland.
I don't think 4 AM is expecting a bridge camp here. They should do their due diligence and scout it out though, but this one's a little bit more difficult of a scout because there's so much cover on the other end of the bridge to see clearly. And it doesn't look like 4AM is ready for this. Geek fam, this team's so aggressive. They play on the edge. They could rotate into the middle of the circle. Instead, they're going to sit in the blue to pick up more elimination points because that is just what they've been doing. But the toes spotted out for the side of 4AM, ever so cognizant and prepared for potential mishaps, and they are going to get the opening knock onto Geek Fam. This is still going to be a difficult push, however. Are they going to go aggressive here? 4AM fighting from inside the blue zone. They're going to hop to the next part. They're going to take the crash onto the cars, providing cover fire. Very well done. And a trade right back by Svan with the mini. It is all falling apart now for the side of Geek Fam. Oh no.
Maybe Damrude can make something happen here from the flanking line, but Snipes will at least find another. So again, there's a hope. There's a sliver of hope here for Geek Fam to turn this one around as Damrude holds the line, gives him that covering fire. Hopefully Yuhai will be able to get rezzed up, and then they're still looking at a 3v2, maybe a 3v3 if somehow 4AM can get that res. But it is still going to be a hard fight for them to get out of the situation.
I don't think they were expecting the second player from that little pillar. They got one opening knock there. They're probably thinking that pillar side is clear, and the other two players are maybe one at the lighthouse, one on the left side. Just that slight peek, slightly too long by Spawn. And Rude has been pumping in huge amounts of damage into 4AM, and this might be the death 4AM. One on the high ground, one swinging in from the side, and then they still have those close range players. So yeah, Geek Fam. It looked tricky in the beginning for them. They were at the disadvantage. Two of them knocked with 4 of 4AM up, but Geek Fam continued to show why they love just fighting in from the edge, fighting in the blue zone, taking every fight they can, about to pick up the entirety of the 4AM team.
How many names is Geek Fam going to be adding to their little list? Their little list of just checking off names. They started with IHC, they picked up Train to Kill, now they've picked up 4 Angry Men, and the list just keeps on growing. Geek Fam, again, they have every single right to be that confident, to be in the position that they're in, because every single engagement they take, it's just like they know that they're going to win. And if they're not going to win, they're at least going to take your numbers down very, very low.
Man, this Geek Fam team just really showing their dominance on day one. The only team, in my opinion, playing the style of, you know, fighting in from the edge, knowing how to control teams, knowing how to play together as a team and synergize. Then again, you know, it's looking like shades of HVVP, and HVVP last week was in first place for 3 days in a row. And on the last day, somehow, some way, they dropped down to 6. So I'm hoping the same fate does not befall of Geek Fam, because I am quite enjoying their gameplay. Meanwhile, the zone has shifted to the northwest. We're on to Circle 2. Right now, a lot of teams still finding different ways to rotate in. FaZe going through the northern shore side. They do just need to get below that ridge line a little bit. They should be okay. A lot of shots missed, honestly, by Genesis Dogma there.
I mean, you can count your lucky stars right now if you're FaZe that those shots have missed, because if they were hitting, we could be seeing a lot more FaZe numbers going down. But in the turn, FaZe, Tony K finding at least one from Train to Kill. Legend will be knocked. Whether that confirmation will come through or not, I'm not too sure. Train to Kill, they have that ability to rotate on up, get that trained on in, get that res moved on through. And the rest of the teams now, once again, it just seems like a race to the north. That's what this entirety of Erangel has been from the beginning of that flight path into this phase. Now, the zone has been so harsh.
Very harsh indeed. IHC coming in from the eastern side. A refreshed IHC, I'd have to say, looking nothing like the first 3 games. Ever since they brought Ziola in, the team has just been aggressive. They see a fight, they will take the fight. They're not worried about rotations. They'll just work their way in slowly, and they do find the edge of circle for now. Probably won't get into a fight until the next zone. They'll prioritize their fights correctly. GK right here. A little bit more centered up. Down on the low ground. And they do have a team of D Xavier over the top. Needs to be a little bit careful peeking out too long through those windowsills. Rejects, meanwhile, on the other hand, they had one good game so far. They've been slowly falling down to the wayside. Find all 4 of their players in the low ground in the shack as well.
Vivo Keed now up, sending through a lovely little molly there on towards Furious Gaming. Trigger on fire, quite literally, but not the way that they were looking for. As Furious Gaming will lose to, I expect to at least, as that confirmation is potentially just around the corner. Down to only Milos now, alongside Fernan, who needs to make that rotation on out. And again, this was their way into the zone. They were coming through from that southern side, heading up against Vivo Keed, and now having to go back to the drawing board. How do they rotate back into this?
Yeah, down to 2. Nongshim, Red, getting into a fight. We saw little signs of success when they got into a fight earlier with Falcons, but this time around does not seem like it. Nongshim down to 2. Actually, Falcons only has 1 player left. It's mutual assured destruction pretty much here. 2v2 on the edge of zone. They will pop off that med kit right here. Never alone. Driving around looking to find some info, maybe find some semblance of players to watch out for. Nongshim Red just continued to take this fight though. That nade, however, is good. Sporta will land it in onto Never Alone.
And that's going to be the trigger for Yusuf to take the hit on out of there into the vehicle, disengage. There is no hope left here. And Nongshim Red Force will win out this engagement against Falcon Esports. But again, back into the vehicles we go as that zone heads towards the west. And in terms of, like, again, the teams that are really finding themselves in quite a comfortable spot, FaZe Clan moving on in from that northern coastline, they have a great opportunity. We do have a few potential looming threats, of course. The action is not going to stop here for Besiktas because they still find themselves into that western side, and they might be one of the teams to set up early on rather than the rest.
Playing from the edge now is kind of risky, especially if you have a team to your back. Looking at Game Lords potentially taking a fight with Besiktas here. Also, we do have to remember the team of GeekFam, they actually rotated it hard into the center. So they're rotating back out. IHC pressing everybody forwards, which is completely fine for them. I mean, this is what they do. Nice explosion right there. Picking up 2 more eliminations. That's Nongshim Red Force out with only 3 points to their name. IHC have 3 eliminations themselves, but they have 4 players up. They'll continue into the rest of the game. Here's the last position for GeekFam. Maybe bridge camping 4 AM was not the best choice as they find themselves as a solo player stuck in a shack now.
Yeah, that rotation down into center all the way from the south did come with its cost. Now Yuhai, the last remaining member, IHC, I mean, my goodness, Game Lords. They have come on in for the opening, come on in for the closing now as GeekFam gets sent back into the lobby, which does mean there's an opportunity for GK Esports to close that gap as well with the biggest competitor now taken on out. That pole position potentially up for grabs. We'll have to wait to see what GK Esports will move on in and what some of the other teams will do to start to close that gap into 3rd place.
Rejects so far suffering a lot of terrible games, I'd have to say. Has defaulted to sending all 4 players into the middle of the zone in a shack. Now that could work out as far as placement goes if they keep getting zoned, but it really limits what they could have done with 4 players. But adjustments do have to be made. If they're not really feeling it today, I can't blame them if they can find central position. So we'll see how it plays out for them. Game Lord still working around the edge of the zone. They did lose 1 player, so their fighting power does go down a little bit. In the elimination feed, IHC continue to do IHC things, and it's actually onto the side of GK. GK having their first bad game, and it's to the likes of a refreshed, dominant-looking IHC.
We've had our top teams taken out quite close to one another. Only 4 phases deep, and now every single team left up in Erangel, they have an opportunity to climb that leaderboard. They have an opportunity to end Erangel on the highest high that we've seen so far. The looming threat of GeekFam, the looming threat of GK Esports, it's gone. They've taken out the competition quite literally, and now IHC, maybe we might see more of them. Maybe it might be trained to kill, but Game Lords still stepping up, still applying that pressure. And now Genesis Dogma Gids have an opportunity to redeem themselves here at Zute.
They do, but it's only if they can survive the suppressive firepower of IHC. IHC and Genesis both on the edge, but IHC definitely have more grounds to work with. If the zone shifts off to both of them, which it does, IHC can play this a little bit slower and keep Genesis pinned in for longer. Plus, I don't think Genesis have much working vehicles at this point. That one's definitely blown up. So IHC looking good, working in from the high ground. They do have to worry about DXavier to their west. DXavier does have a 4-man team. If they decide to swing east, it could be a 4v4, but I think DXavier might be looking more towards the western side and swinging to the left.
Ooh, this is an interesting one here for Besiktas to move on, and they've got Game Lords right up ahead of them. They've also got Vivo Keyed, so unfortunately the competition does not end just with one team up into a potentially 1v2 teams. If they want to get themselves into zone with that current pathing, maybe they can take a rotation out. Game Lords now feeling the pressure, one going down. DXavier back from the grave and looking to take a few names with them. Rob's now trying to get that res on up, and it is going to be a tough one for them to move out of this position.
Definitely tough. Not as tough for Genesis Dogma, though. They don't even have a vehicle, and they have all of IHC looking to pick up the points. Genesis Dogma gets down to 1. From inside the shack, he's got some smokes, but he can't make much use of those because it's not hard cover. Blue zone covering him now. IHC just looking to pick up the last point before focusing their attention from inside the circle. And smartly enough, decides to deny the point. Any point you could prevent from any competitor is 1 point you don't have to worry about in the future.
Absolutely, just giving yourself that spacing here. DXavier looking to do the exact same over with Game Lords, and now they're reaching on in closer to center than the rest, but Vivo Keyed moving on in from the southern portion is going to give them that extra pressure. Lamborghini turning around to try and stop that onslaught, and they will do so. They find 2. Vivo Keyed, all of a sudden the tables are turned onto them. It's down to 2 members to now try and fight up against the entirety of DXavier here with their 3 players.
Yeah, DXavier, if there's a game for them to come back from, it would be the last game of the day. And here's a massive push out of IHC against the 4-man team of RC. Rejects, they shouldn't expect all 4 players in here, but they are going strong and they take out the 4-man team of the Rejects. That is Rejects out in 10th place with 0 eliminations. They had 4 players. I was saying, you have 4. You could do so much more than put all of them in a shack. And that is the risk they took. Of course, if anybody could break open that shack of 4 of a 4-man team, it would be IHC, and they did it in spades. And they'll get a reset up to 11 eliminations for them already. Vivo Keyed, though, if you take a look, they're up to 7. They'll manage to keep 3 up, so they actually took that fight with DXavier and came out on top, even though it looked really risky for them.
It didn't make sense at all how they had any business making a recovery from that engagement.
Yeah.
I mean, we did have at least 2 players left alive, but everything was looking like it was going the way of DXavier. Picking up those 2, moving on in with the flanking position. I wouldn't have put it onto Vivo Keyed, but okay, I'm sorry, I will sit back down. Game Lords now, alongside Vivo Keyed, they're going to make that rotation on in from the southwestern side with the looming threat of IHC moving on in from the southeastern portion alongside Train to Kill. Once again, FaZe Clan and Tem Entertainment in the center holding strong.
Holding very strong, but I think more teams should be worried about Train to Kill because they have massive control on the entire eastern side. That northern side, FaZe does look strong, but it's not a lot of hard cover or high vantage points. So a team like GameLore could swing to the northwest and pincer their way in with Train to Kill just holding a dominant position. We'll see what happens here. Tem Entertainment holding down a nice little spot here. Hopefully they won't get full pushed. IHC, though, might be thinking about it because IHC has lost the zone, and last time they lost the zone, well, they full pushed. The Shack might be looking to do the same this time against Tem Entertainment.
Taking the smoke walk into the danger zone here because they know there are so many teams in the vicinity that are looking to throw a few lead packages their way, if we could say it that way. But IHC just on this cusp of zone, just on the edge of getting themselves into safety. But again, Train to Kill onto the eastern side. Right up ahead of them, it is Tem Entertainment. And Tem Entertainment not providing a lot of space for IHC to work with.
I love the readjustment also out of FaZe. Instead of holding the entire north side, they shifted to the northwest. They realized they couldn't hold it down in case they get pincered. So they're going to look to gatekeep out Game Lord on the western side and then deal with Train to Kill when the time comes. IHC, however, somehow find Legend in that sneaky off-angle position. Man, the second you give your position away, IHC is going to hit back. And that is going to be a player out of Train to Kill that will not be able to get revived, I think.
I don't think so either. IHC, in the meanwhile, now turning the attention here towards Tem Entertainment. And I would gather that IHC have the toughest fight to get themselves into zone. Not only do they go up to Train to Kill, but now up against Tem Entertainment, who finds Demo and applies that pressure down to 2. They need to recover here. Icy still trying to find that line of sight. FaZe Clan holding on to the center zone, while Tem Entertainment reset themselves to completely take out IHC in the hopes of giving themselves that space.
IHC just down to Icy. Not looking good for him. There's still 3 up from Tem Entertainment. Icy's probably going to have to give up that fight and just prone in on the lower ridge side. That does put him in sightlines of Vivo Keed. If they look this way, gets the first aid off. Is going to try and prone in. Meanwhile, FaZe now has the upper hand over Train to Kill. Train to Kill lost that numbers advantage. And that is Icy caught and found by Vivo Keed. They go out with 12 eliminations, still a good game for them. Vivo Keed with 8 eliminations, and they got the momentum. They are feeling it right now, and as I say that, they drive right in and run a player over of Tem Entertainment.
Diego bringing in the bumper cars here into this final moment, and now they might even continue with that, finding that opening opportunity towards Tem Entertainment. Looking at the numbers, Tem up with 2, up against the wonderful 3. The wonderful trio coming through from Vivo Keed, who have just been on momentum after momentum, finding that near knock onto the second player here from Tem Entertainment, trying to return the favor and applying that pressure, but they're not rushing in. They're making sure that they're checking everything off of their list. Absolutely disgusting, as Tem Entertainment only have 1 more player left alive in the shack, as Vivo Keed continue to cross the T's and dot the I's.
Oh, Train to Kill from the other side, actually popping off some shots there, and Train to Kill will get a nice third-party shot in. Oh, there's a free point right there if Jane takes a look, and he does. Train to Kill only with 1 elimination so far, though. He looked to pick up a few more. Jane's in a good position to gatekeep both of these players out. His teammates got the inside of the circle locked down for him. He doesn't have to worry about anything besides picking up those 2 Vivo Keed players.
FaZe, that's going to be the question mark here. Moving on in from that northern side, has taken a little bit more controlling portion of the western side of the zone, just with that phase and that shift. But now Game Lords, they're going to be moving on in. They're already looking towards Tony K and the likes, trying to get those reses, trying to get those eliminations confirmed. But Game Lords only have 1 player up right now before they can get that res. I mean, if you want to talk about the rest, it's Train to Kill, then it's Vivo Keed. I'm not really seeing them in a great position in zone. They have to make a move now.
They definitely do. Time is ticking. Blue zones closing in. Train to Kill, trying to make a play. Not sure what that buggy play was for. The rest of your teammates are down on the southern side. A solo player trying to take the north side from FaZe. I don't know about that one. Vivo Keed now making a move. And Train to Kill will get ahead of them. And now it comes down to a 4v2. Train to Kill backed up in a corner. FaZe looking extremely strong. Full circle control. Train to Kill. It's looking quite dire for them.
I really do not see how this is going to be happening. FaZe have been left to their own devices, and that is a very dangerous prospect to give to any team in the PMGC stages. At least we'll find 1 onto FaZe. That gives them some space to work with, but it is still a 3v2 scenario here. And Tony K out in the open. Don't think there's an opportunity for a res.
No, he gets confirmed by Jane from the other side. Now all of a sudden, it's looking like it's doable because there's still 1 more circle. It's actually FaZe that has to press into Train to Kill. Train to Kill. If they didn't lose that 1 player earlier that swung north and got ripped out the buggy, this would be a much more closer fight. As close as it is already. Jane's got the Groza, however. Sandesh with the AK. There's going to be a slightly slow lull period here as both teams are in the zone and neither one wants to give up their position just yet.
Snaking it in the grasses, literally hiding in the bushes. That's all that they have available to them. And slowly but surely, that zone will move on in and force these two teams to take up arms one against one another. And FaZe running with that 2-1 split could be crucial. Lycan with the flanking opportunity on towards Jane. And Jane now actually sending out some nades. That's going to give the exact information Lycan has been looking for. So they have better information, they have the better numbers, but can they close this one out?
Jane's playing a little bit closer to his teammate because he wants to be able to be there for the sidelines for a trade in case it happens. It's pretty much the way you kind of have to play it in a 2v3. You leave Sandesh in a 1v2, or you leave the potential opening for a flank. The number disadvantage is very evident here, and FaZe is playing it to their advantage. However, the zone will shift once more. Pretty much, circle's not going to shift anywhere. It's just going to close into the middle, meaning FaZe will have to move first, I would have to say. Train to Kill
absolutely
has more of the center. It's a standoff. There's still more util out of Jane. We saw that grenade in hand. Does FaZe have any util? Smoke's coming down for Jane. Very nice smoke. Trying to block off that right-hand side, that flank angle. That is exactly what Jane is aware and wary of. And those are some good smokes right there.
Train to Kill, they just look so much better in terms of utility, but FaZe, again, for them, it is that numbers advantage. You can already see Ventura closing on up into that center position. They're almost right alongside each other. But Sandesh, beautiful line of sight onto Ventura. Again, just looming threats of those crossfires, those opportunities as the stand-up comes on in, and they're looking for that final opportunity.
Venturas finds it. That is Jane down. Sandesh with the trade, and the numbers advantage comes through, and FaZe play that slow and methodical, and they take the chicken dinner. Big win for FaZe. FaZe, a team that a lot of people had their eyes out for, a very highly talked about team, and to end the day off on a chicken dinner, very well done. Taking huge advantage, like you mentioned, of that northern side of the zone, using the ridge line, keeping the whole entire northern hemisphere pretty much of the zone to themselves, and that will nab them the chicken dinner.
I mean, massive rotations from FaZe to make that one possible in the final moments. We had so many teams stepping up to double-digit eliminations. We had Vivo Keyed, we had GeekFam, unsurprisingly, but we had IHC as well, stepping on up and making sure that they were going to be a force to beat. Yet, right at the end, it comes down to keeping everything in check, playing for that objective, playing for that winner-winner chicken dinner and prime positioning in zone that was going to award FaZe, ultimately, that winner-winner chicken dinner with the good amount of eliminations. 4 eliminations, I think it was, at the end of that. But at the very least, again, it's that winner-winner chicken dinner at the end of day number 1. That's going to give them a momentum for the next days.
That puts FaZe in a great position in the overall leaderboards. If you take a look at the travel distance, man, so many teams had to travel and work their way up to the northern zone. Vivo Keyed had to slug it out constantly. 32 smokes deployed. But at the end of the day, for the very last match, it'll be FaZe coming out on top.
And FaZe Clan finally shows up to the party in the last match, busting out the chicken dinner there. Vivo Keyed finally woke up as well here, 7.
Vivo Keyed, 11 eliminations. I had him in my teams to watch this. This is exactly what I was hoping the team would be able to do. And then on top of that, I mean, can we give some love to Game Lord? This team has definitely outperformed everybody's expectations. I know Imperium is going to be happy about that one. 16 points for them. But FaZe Clan being able to bounce back from the performances that we have seen out of them. And I must say that their best player for this previous match, I mean, Torres, was the one that was able to clutch up earlier in Sandhawk. And I love to see that.
It's the FaZe performance we've been needing to see, to be honest. It wasn't the most dynamic in terms of they held onto the north side, but also they made a very intelligent rotation at that point. They still cleaned up, they got their chicken dinner, and T2K were denied a win once again.
Big thing though is the players to watch. You know, Geek Mika had popped off today. He started off strong, like right off the rip, putting up some crazy eliminations and just dominated throughout the entire day. Let's take a look at the overall rankings just to see the impact that this man had on this entire squad, the entire day. And boom! Geek Fam! Woo-hoo! Gonna take the #1 spot here for day 1 of Group Yellow. Remember, this is only day 1, but that is one heck of a way to start here.
Remember that 28-point lead that Geek Esports had at one point, and how we were saying do not get comfortable? That's absolutely gone. Geek Fam, what's actually impressive to me is they 51 eliminations, and I think that tells a perfect story of how their day was. This team was the most aggressive team out there.
But look at that rise up from FaZe Clan all the way to 4th off the back of that chicken dinner. 58 points. IHC have been slowly progressing. We've highlighted them. 4 Angry Men, they're dipping down. They dropped in Military Island in the last game. They got absolutely battered and bruised by Geek Fam on the Ferry Pier Coastal side. And yeah, it hasn't been a good end of the days. We look at Gaylord. They're holding on to the 9th place. They are still in survival stage at the moment.
They are, and then you have some of the teams at the bottom. I mean, D Savior, nobody would have expected this. If you say yes, you're lying, okay? That's what you're doing. You're lying.
Yeah.
Team Falcons currently, this was a team that a lot of people were wondering how they were going to be able to do here, since they were able to qualify from PMWI, kind of like with Vampire Esports last week. This team is currently underperforming in a big way. Luckily for the region, though, GK Esports is really doing good.
I'm glad you highlighted that from Falcons, right? Yeah. Because they haven't showed any real progression. Even Tem Entertainment, they showed up on the last game, right? So there's a lot that Falcons need to evaluate before day 2.
Yep.
But you know what? It's all about talking about Geek Fam. They dominated today, so let's take an awesome interview with them and Tash Bunny.
It has been a very, very long, aggressive day of battle that we saw here at PMGC 2022. And this week is Yellow Stage. And I have to say, what's really interesting is that I have one of the players from one of the most consistent teams today. We have Geek Fam's Geek Snipes.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, Snipes. So I have so many questions to ask you, and I will just ask you in Malay, and I'll just translate to English. Is that cool?
Boleh.
Okay, so right now, how does it feel to be the top team on the first match day of Group Yellow Stage? So sekarang ni, apakah perasaan anda jadi tim yang paling atas sekali dalam Group Yellow Stage hari ni?
Semestinya selesa, tapi ini baru first day. So kita orang tak boleh selesa sangat lah sebab dekat PMGC ni semua orang boleh main. So tak boleh underestimate diorang.
So what he says is that at PMGC, everyone can play. It's very comfortable to be up there, but it's only day number 1. Okay, so now, do you have the confidence to maintain the first place until the end of Group Yellow? Adakah anda rasa yang anda boleh mengekalkan tempat pertama sampai penghabisan minggu untuk Group Yellow ni?
Untuk confident tempat pertama, ada, tapi kita orang lebih confident dekat sejauh mana kita boleh pergilah. Kita orang tahu potensi kita orang.
Alright, so what he said is that he's very confident that he can hold on to the first place, but he's more confident about how far he can go in this tournament. Okay, so Snipes, what do you think your team can do better after a day of the competition? Rasanya apakah tim Geek Fam yang mampu untuk lakukan lebih baik daripada hari yang korang pelajari daripada hari ni?
Lebih disiplin and lebih committed.
Okay, so what he says, he has to be more disciplined and more committed. Boleh tak share apa yang you maksudkan dalam lebih disiplin, lebih committed?
Dalam disiplin ni, maksud saya dalam PUBG ni kita kena main satu team kan. Tak boleh main seorang-seorang. So disiplin kita orang lack dekat yang teamwork tu lah.
All right, so what he said is that what they're lacking is the teamwork. You have to play the game together, and that's exactly what they're lacking when it comes to discipline. Okay, so now for my second question, what do you think your team can do better? Sorry, my third question. How does your team manage to stay focused during pressure cooker situations? Macam mana team Geek Fam mampu untuk mengekalkan fokus waktu saat-saat yang pressure tinggi?
Saat pressure tinggi sebenarnya kita orang banyak jerit. Banyak sangat jerit. Kita orang just ingatkan masing-masing, ingat objektif, ingat info, jangan overcommit. Itu je.
Alright, so how they actually maintain their focus during this pressure cooker situations is that they yell a lot. But this is where they pull each other back to remind each other what is the main objective and to focus on that instead. Okay, so now for my final question. What do you have to say to your fans? Apakah yang ingin Snipes bagi tahu kepada fans-fans Snipes di luar sana?
Untuk peminat-peminat GFM, support kita orang. Jangan lupa untuk doakan untuk kita orang, and lagi 3 hari, just sabar. Kita akan bantai 3 hari.
Wow. Okay, so what Geek Snipe says is that please, fans out there, fans of Geek Fam, keep supporting them and pray for them. There's only another 3 days left, so just be patient because we will come for the rest of the teams. Thank you so much, Snipes. Terima kasih banyak, Snipes, kerana sudi meluangkan masa bersama Tasha. And we'll see you guys for another day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022 for Group Yellow tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
Wow, what a phenomenal interview right there. I mean, I love to hear the fact that, like under pressure situations, the goal is to yell, scream at your teammates, right? Say, hey, cover me. Where the heck are you? It works. And it's so crazy to say that even though this is the squad that is at the top right now, that they're even still struggling, with teamwork. And that's what's crazy, is like they're at this stage and that's still a problem here, Seven.
He said that they have to be more disciplined. I think he might be talking about just the last game because they ended up with just 0 placement points and only 3 eliminations. I'm trying to think back, like, okay, maybe game 2, maybe game 3, but they were still able to put up at least some eliminations, and that was why they are currently at the top. I'm glad that he's thinking in ways that they can still perform better, but wow, what an amazing performance today they had.
Definitely, and I think that's part of why it was touched upon so heavily on the teamwork that they need to work on, because teamwork allows the best teams to control the majority of the late game, and if you have that teamwork, it just makes it so much easier. If you don't, and you're kind of playing a bit more solo, it's easier to get disconnected, lose a player here, lose a player there. Also, the fact that they're understanding of the fact that it's only day 1, right?
Yes.
Once again, last week, H3VP, they won day 3, top of the standings. Day 4, So they know that this is only 1/4 of the way through their journey towards the grand finals.
Yeah.
And then to summarize what Imperium said, hey, teamwork makes the dream work, baby. Thank you so much here for today. We got more action coming up to you really soon. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will see you guys tomorrow, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody watching. See ya.